Chapter 4013. Gu Fei single-handedly suppressed the entire Dongwu dynasty, shocking the entire world. On this day, the clan masters and sect ancestors of countless large clans and sects in the Taiyuan realm could no longer sit still. They all came to the eastern martial imperial city to pay their respects to Gu Fei, the martial immortal. Imperial Lord Dongwu was extremely aggrieved. On this day, Gu Fei had stepped on his head and ascended to the pinnacle of martial arts in the Taiyuan realm. However, no one dared to laugh at the Eastern Wu Imperial Lord because he had no choice but to lower his head. If he did not lower his head, he would be a fool. He knew that he was no match for Chu Feng, so he could only lower his head and admit defeat. If you admit defeat, you'll live. If you don't, you'll die. The Eastern Martial Imperial Lord was indeed an ambitious and ruthless person of his generation. Isn't that the divine martial sect's sect leader, Shen Wushang? Even he came. Supreme God is nothing. Did you see that? That's the war ancestor of the Golden War Race. I didn't expect him to still be alive. Golden Battle Race? It's one of the strongest races in the Taiyuan realm. The inheritance of the Golden Battle Clan was much longer than that of the Shenwu sect. The Golden Battle Clan was one of the most ancient clans in the Taiyuan realm, and the battle ancestor of the Battle Clan was definitely an antique among antiques. Supreme God was also a junior in front of the Golden War ancestors. The Golden War ancestor was definitely the existence closest to martial immortal in the Taiyuan realm. Even he came to visit Gu Fei, which shocked countless warriors. In the Dongwu dynasty's Great Hall, Gu Fei sat on the throne that originally belonged only to the Dongwu Imperial Lord. Normally, only the Eastern Wu Overlord was qualified to sit in this position. If anyone else dared to sit in this position, it would be considered treason and the punishment would be the execution of their entire family. However, no one in the Dongwu dynasty dared to kill Gu Fei's entire clan. Gu Fei didn't have time to deal with the old geezers who came to pay him a visit. Instead, he met with the Golden War ancestor, Supreme God, and the Thousand Destruction Devil Master. Although he had recovered some of his memories, he did not know how to return to the human realm, nor did he know how he came to the Taiyuan realm. What kind of place is the human world? We've never heard of it. The Golden War ancestor spoke. Although he had lived for countless years, he only knew of the Supreme Origin realm. And above the Supreme Origin realm was the immortal martial realm. That's right. Even the oldest books in our sect don't have any records of this. God Supreme being continued. Although the God Ancestor sect was not the oldest inheritance in the Taiyuan realm, it had been established for tens of thousands of years and knew many secrets of the world. Ascending to the immortal martial realm? Gu Fei frowned. His cultivation was very unstable, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, but what didn't change was his martial body. It was a true immortal martial body. In his eyes, the dozen or so most powerful existences in the Taiyuan realm in the main hall were like ants to him. I'm afraid you'll have to go to the upper realm to find your answer, Golden War ancestor sighed. Ascending to the immortal world was a piece of cake for the person in front of them, but for them, they couldn't even take half a step. Why did they come to worship Gu Fei? It was all for the sake of taking that half step forward and seeking guidance from Gu Fei. No one in the hall knew about the existence of the human realm. Although they had already expected it, Gu Fei was still somewhat disappointed. Many thanks, fellow Taoists. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He only pointed out with his finger. After that, a ball of divine light appeared in the main hall. Within that ball of divine light, there seemed to be a heaven and earth evolving. The experts in the main hall stared at this ball of divine light in bewilderment. The thing you want is inside. Whether you can obtain it or not will depend on your luck. Gu Fei stood up as he spoke. With a wave of his sleeves, he directly turned and walked to the back of the main hall. The experts in the main hall couldn't help but exchange glances. At this moment, a silhouette flickered. The Golden War ancestor actually directly rushed into the ball of divine light and disappeared in an instant. When everyone saw this, they immediately came to a realization. God's Supreme Being, the Thousand Annihilation Devil Lord, and the rest also rushed into the ball of light. The main hall was empty. Who didn't want to become an immortal? Ascend. Let's ascend then. At the back of the main hall, Gu Fei raised his head and stared at the sky with a calm expression. To Gu Fei, breaking through the void with his martial arts was as easy as flipping his palm. Master, are you going to leave the Supreme Origin Realm? Mo Feng, who had been following behind Gu Fei, nervously asked. I want to go to the Immortal Martial Realm to take a look, Gu Fei calmly replied. The Immortal Martial Realm was of a higher grade compared to the Grand Origin Realm. Cultivators from lower-grade worlds could break through the void and ascend to a world a grade higher than the one they were in. Bring us along, Mo Xian excitedly exclaimed. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to the heavens. Master, wherever you go, I will follow. Mo Feng spoke. Gu Fei didn't say anything. And at this moment, a blurry silhouette appeared in front of Gu Fei. This is, Gu Fei furrowed his brows. The Eastern Martial Empire had existed for tens of thousands of years, standing tall in this world. This wasn't a coincidence, it was inevitable. A true dragon? Gu Fei calmly asked. Dragon Qi filled the entire area. In the royal capital, all the cultivators within a radius of 10 million miles sensed this supreme aura. In the Supreme Origin Realm, there was no existence of the ancestral dragon. True dragons were already one of the strongest existences in the Supreme Origin Realm. Fellow Taoist, thank you for showing mercy. That blurry silhouette spoke. I've always been clear about gratitude and grudges. There's no need for you to thank me. Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he calmly spoke. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly gushed over from the direction of the main hall. After that, a silhouette soared up into the skies. Today, I will step into the immortal realm. That person roared in rage. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the entire area frenziedly gathered towards him as pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the air. Someone finally took that step? Countless cultivators in the royal capital were all shocked to the extreme. One must know that immortals only existed in legends. But now, someone actually succeeded. However, very quickly, another towering aura soared up into the skies. The constellations trembled as though they would fall from the starry skies at any moment. Martial breaking the void. It was a silhouette radiating golden light. As soon as this person appeared, it was as though another divine sun had appeared between heaven and earth. The golden divine light illuminated the heavens and the earth. That's the Golden War ancestor and supreme god, Mo Feng exclaimed. If it weren't for Gu Fei protecting him, he would have been killed by the terrifying pressure descending from the sky. These guys, countless cultivators raised their heads and looked up. Some cultivators even directly knelt on the ground. What was going on today? There were actually two people who had successfully taken that half step and achieved immortal martial fruits of the way. However, when the third ancient immortal martial power appeared, countless cultivators in the Eastern Martial Imperial City were dumbfounded. Three great figures loomed high in the sky. The might of the immortal path was mighty between heaven and earth. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the entire world seemed to be attracted and frantically gathered towards them. The third person was a black tiger. Its huge figure lay in the void and roared at the sky. The black tiger ancestor had broken through. What did you do? The voice of the true dragon resounded in Gu Fei's heart. Why don't you go in and see? Gu Fei said indifferently. The true dragon shadow did not say anything else and directly rushed into the hall behind Gu Fei. 3 immortals in one day. The whole world was shocked. The laws of heaven and earth in the entire Great Origin Realm were almost shaken. At this time, countless clansmen of the Golden War clan were surprised and delighted. They never thought that their ancestor would suddenly break through to the immortal martial realm. Rumble. The sky above the imperial city changed color. The sun and moon lost their light. A terrifying aura of destruction descended from the depths of the sky. This is, Gu Fei felt the aura of destruction and was slightly moved. Those were tribulation clouds. Soon, tribulation clouds gathered more and finally covered a radius of 1,000 miles. The whole world seemed to have suddenly turned into night. 3 experts going through the tribulation together? Everyone looked at the rolling tribulation clouds in the sky in horror. Rumble. A dazzling electric light directly tore through the void and directly bombarded the Golden War Ancestor. The immortal martial aura emitted from the body of the Golden War Ancestor was much stronger than the immortal martial aura of Supreme God and the Black Tiger Ancestor. This guy was directly targeted by the Heaven's Tribulation. The Golden War Ancestor waved his right hand and directly dispersed the electric light. His expression was incomparably solemn. His entire body turned golden, as if he was cast from supreme, immortal gold. The blood of the Golden War Clan flowed in the body of the Golden War Clan. His physique was incomparably strong and far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. The Heaven's Tribulation was activated. The Golden War Ancestor displayed his godly power and smashed the Tribulation lightning descending from the sky. Supreme God and Black Tiger Ancestor were extremely relaxed. Soon, the Golden War Ancestor directly restrained the aura on his body. Then, Supreme God and Black Tiger Ancestor were unlucky. The Tribulation lightning directly bombarded them, making them incomparably embarrassed. Boom! Electric light flashed, and the body of the Black Tiger Ancestor was directly hit by the Tribulation lightning. His hair stood up, and he was really burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. On the other hand, God Supreme was also in great danger. The three experts started to work together to resist the Heaven's Tribulation. After all, the Golden War Ancestor and the others lacked experience in undergoing tribulations. When the three of them underwent tribulations together, their heavenly tribulations overlapped and formed an extremely horrifying Heaven's Tribulation. Its might was far stronger than the heavenly tribulations they underwent individually. Although Gu Fei knew this, he did not say anything to remind them. Whether these fellows succeeded or failed in their tribulations, it did not have much to do with him. If they survived, it would be their immortal fate. If they failed, it would be their misfortune. At this moment, layers of formation patterns appeared in the sky above the capital of the Dongwu dynasty. There were a total of 9 layers of formation patterns that enveloped the entire capital. The Dongwu dynasty's city-protecting formation operated at full power, protecting the entire imperial city. Even so, countless cultivators in the imperial city were still trembling under the Heaven's Tribulation. Even their souls were trembling. Even innate realm, true realm, sage realm, and even divine mirror realm cultivators were terrified. Only Gu Fei remained calm and collected. Although the Heaven's Tribulation was terrifying, he was like a spring breeze and did not care at all. Someone noticed Gu Fei and could not help but be shocked. This Gu Fei was indeed an immortal realm cultivator. He was not even afraid of the immortal martial heavenly tribulation. Chapter 40:14. The immortal martial heavenly tribulation was horrifying. Those who could successfully pass the tribulation were all extremely powerful, people with great perseverance and wisdom. Rumble. Endless tribulation lightning struck down. Under the bombardment of the endless tribulation lightning, a golden figure gradually dimmed. The Golden War Ancestor, Shen Supreme, and the Black Tiger Old Ancestor's heavenly tribulations were launched at the same time. This was definitely not a simple addition. Lunar Tribulation Lightning, 5 Elements Divine Lightning, Pure Yang Tribulation Lightning, and Chaos Tribulation Lightning. Tribulation Lightning descended from the sky one after another, each stronger than the previous. Too terrifying. All the warriors who saw this scene were inexplicably shocked. Any random tribulation lightning could blast any of the watching warriors into pieces. At this moment, the 5-colored tribulation lightning descended and filled every inch of the void. Within each lightning bolt, there were lightning-shaped Tao patterns faintly visible. This was the condensation of the great Tao of heaven and earth. A destructive aura spread out, and billions of creatures trembled. A ball of lightning landed on the golden figure. The figure paused for a moment, then fell from the sky like a meteorite, crashing into the mountain ridges outside the Dongwu dynasty's imperial city. In the next moment, a cloud of dust rose up from the mountain ridges, and a destructive power rippled out in all directions, directly turning the mountain ridges into dust. Then, the Xinwu sect leader, Shun Supreme, lasted 10 breaths longer than the Golden War Ancestor before being blasted down from the sky by the tribulation lightning. The last was the Black Tiger Old Ancestor. This old ancestor was said to be a descendant of the supreme divine beast, the white tiger bloodline. This black tiger old ancestor was actually the strongest among the three. Roar. The three experts roared again and again, then rushed out in different directions. At this time, they had already realized the danger of passing the tribulation together and wanted to separate. At this time, in the Dongwu dynasty's imperial palace, a ball of divine light flickered continuously. A powerful aura spread out from this ball of divine light. Vaguely, one could see powerful figures faintly discernible within the divine light. This was a domain of the immortal Tao that Gu Fei had conjured with his immortal grade power. It contained Gu Fei's comprehension of the immortal Tao, which was nothing to Gu Fei. However, for the natives of the Taiyuan realm, it was a great opportunity to touch the immortal realm. Such a fortuitous encounter was not something that just anyone could encounter. Moreover, the experts of these sects and clans in the Taiyuan realm were only one step away from attaining the supreme immortal path. Now, with the help of Gu Fei, these people could easily take that step. At this time, the tribulation cloud that enveloped the sky split apart, forming three balls of tribulation cloud. No matter where the Golden War ancestors and the others ran to, the tribulation cloud would still condense above their heads, and tribulation lightning would still descend on their bodies. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Gu Fei. He left Mo Feng in the Dongwu Imperial Palace to control everything, then brought Mo Xian directly to the central region of the Taiyuan realm. When Gu Fei flipped through the ancient books of the Dongwu Imperial family, he learned a secret. In the central region of the Taiyuan realm, there was a strange place called the Samsara Temple. There was a well in the Samsara Temple. According to legend, if one entered the well, one would know their past and present lives. Without hesitation, Gu Fei left the eastern region and headed to the central region. He brought Mo Xian the demon clan saintess, and directly flew hundreds of thousands of miles into the central region. Then, he flew for hundreds of thousands of miles before arriving in front of a towering mountain. To be precise, this was a divine mountain that pierced the sky. This was where the Samsara Temple was located. The Samsara Temple was located at the peak of this mountain. If one wanted to ascend the mountain, they would have to climb up step by step from the foot of the mountain until they kneeled before the Samsara Temple. Who are you? Just as Gu Fei and Mo Xian approached the divine mountain, a middle-aged man in black jumped out and stopped them. Get lost. Gu Fei could not be bothered to talk to this guy. He directly waved his sleeve, and the middle-aged man in black was directly swept away by a force. What? The black-robed middle-aged man's shock was no small matter. He was a true realm cultivator, yet he was sent flying by a single wave of the sleeve of this person. Gu Fei did not care about this guy. He directly took Mo Xian into the sky and flew to the top of the Samsara Divine Mountain. When the middle-aged man in black saw this scene, he was shocked and angry. This was the Samsara Temple. Who dared to be so presumptuous? Even the sect ancestors of the major sects and the leaders of the major clans in the central region had to come here step by step. Since ancient times, not many people had dared to ignore the Samsara Temple's rules in the territory of the Samsara Temple. Boom! On the Samsara Divine Mountain, more than a dozen extremely powerful auras suddenly erupted. Each aura was extremely powerful, and there were even two auras of the divine state level. Who dares to behave atrociously in front of the Samsara Divine Mountain? An old voice came from the sky. The entire heaven and earth were roaring. Even the clouds in the sky were shaken and dispersed. This, Mo Xian was indescribably shocked. The Samsara Temple really lived up to its name as one of the 10 strongest forces in the central region. There were actually so many experts that suddenly jumped out. Any one of these powerhouses could squash him like an ant. However, Gu Fei did not care about that person at all and continued to fly up. Everywhere he passed, the void trembled and a white trace of air explosion was left behind. The sound of the air breaking was earth-shattering. It was incomparably shocking. Damn it! The old voice sounded again. Then, the spiritual chi in the entire sky began to surge violently. A huge hand the size of a mountain directly slammed down from the sky. Rumble! The entire void below the hand shook violently and countless black cracks appeared in the space, tearing the void with one strike. When Emocian saw this, she was quite shocked. This was the attack of an existence that was close to the martial immortal realm. This was definitely not an ordinary divine state cultivator. The cultivation of the person who attacked was definitely not lower than the Golden War ancestor, Shin Supreme, and the others. However, before Emocian's terrified gaze, Gu Fei actually directly rushed through the cracked void, directly smashed through the huge hand that slammed down from the sky and soared into the sky. What? Countless cultivators on the Samsara Divine Peak saw this scene and were all dumbfounded. Who is this guy? He's actually so powerful that he could ignore the attack of the ancestor. Very quickly, Emocian saw a divine sun hanging high in the sky. Gu Fei had already brought her to the peak of the 100,000 zhang Samsara Divine Peak. At the peak of the mountain, there was an ancient palace. A white-robed old man was staring at Gu Fei and Emocian with a face full of shock. Fellow cultivator, you're very capable. The elder stared at Gu Fei, his eyes extremely sharp. You're the reincarnation ancestor? Gu Fei stood in the void and calmly looked down at the elder. You know it's me, yet you still dare to be so impudent? The reincarnation ancestor was extremely depressed. He originally wanted to go to the eastern region to watch the immortal martial tribulation, but just as he was about to leave, these two guys directly attacked him. Do you know who we are? Emocian said with a faint smile. Who are you? The reincarnation ancestor immediately calmed down. These two people didn't have any abilities. How would they dare to come here and cause trouble? My big brother just came from the eastern region. Emocian was still smiling. To be able to call a martial immortal brother was enough to make her incomparably proud. Eastern region? The reincarnation ancestor was even more astonished. At this moment, the eastern region had attracted the attention of all the ancient caves in the Taiyuan realm. Many of them directly went to the eastern region. The reincarnation ancestor was also extremely tempted and wanted to go to the eastern region. But now, it seemed that he couldn't leave. I don't care where you're from. Since you dare to barge into my Samsara palace, you should be prepared to die. At this moment, a voice resounded from within the ancient palace. Then, 3 figures walked out from the ancient palace. They were 3 elders dressed in white. These are the 3 great elders of the Samsara palace. Emocian said to Gu Fei, who was beside her. She was the demon sect saintess, so she naturally knew about the super forces of the Taiyuan realm. Other than the reincarnation ancestor, the Samsara palace had 3 great elders. These 3 great elders were all experts in the godly state. Including the reincarnation ancestor, there were 4 godly state experts. With 4 godly state experts in the Samsara palace, it was no wonder that it was one of the 10 strongest forces in the central region. One should know that even the Eastern Wu dynasty didn't have 4 godly state experts. You want to kill me? Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. So what? Do you think we can't kill you? A black-bearded elder sneered. Haha, Emocian laughed. Even the important figures of the Samsara palace were shaken by her laughter. What are you laughing at? The other elder glanced at Emocian indifferently. What am I laughing at? If you know who he is, you won't say such stupid words. Moreover, you really can't kill him. Emocian said. Who are you? The reincarnation ancestor stared at Gu Fei with a serious expression. He directly ignored Emocian. A puny Khanate martial artist was no different from an ant in their eyes. Gu Fei. Gu Fei said indifferently. Gu Fei? Who is Gu Fei? I've never heard of him. The elders in front of the Samsara palace said blankly. Gu Fei? Could it be that Gu Fei who single-handedly defeated the Eastern Wu dynasty? At this moment, an exclamation came from the foot of the mountain. Then, a figure rushed up from the foot of the mountain. Zhao Qingyang, why are you here? The reincarnation ancestor looked at the person and was a little surprised. Zhao Qingyang was the most outstanding descendant of the Samsara palace. At the age of 30, he was already at the peak of the true state and was half a step into the saint state. Greetings, Grandmaster. Zhao Qingyang hurriedly bowed to the reincarnation ancestor and then to the 3 elders. Qingyang, is what you said true? This Taoist actually defeated the Eastern Wu dynasty? The reincarnation ancestor said in shock. Yes, old ancestor. I just got the news, Zhao Qingyang hurriedly said. Single-handedly defeated an entire dynasty? Not only the three elders of the Samsara Palace were dumbfounded, even the reincarnation ancestor was shocked. The Eastern Wu dynasty and the Zhou clan were a great clan in the eastern region that had existed for countless years. Chapter 40:15. The Dongwu dynasty was definitely not weaker than any sect in the central region. How could this person defeat the entire Dongwu dynasty? Was that even possible? A single person suppressing an entire dynasty? Are you kidding me? That's right. Qingyang, did you exaggerate the news? Is this guy a martial immortal? The three elders couldn't believe it. One must know that this was too inconceivable. Ancestors, he really seems to be a martial immortal, Zhao Qingyang said hesitantly. What? Zhao Qingyang's words shocked not only the three elders, but also ancestor reincarnation. A martial immortal? This was even more shocking than hearing that Gu Fei single-handedly suppressed the Dongwu dynasty into submission. A martial immortal was a legend in the Taiyuan realm. Ancestor reincarnation had sensed the commotion in the eastern region and wanted to check it out. The commotion caused by the heavenly tribulation was too powerful. The big shots of the Taiyuan realm could sense it. He's a martial immortal? The black-bearded elder of the three elders had a look of disbelief on his face. Fellow cultivator, what do you want? Ancestor reincarnation stared at Gu Fei with a serious expression. It did not matter if Gu Fei was a martial immortal or not. Since he dared to come here, it meant that he was not afraid of the Samsara temple at all. Let's enter the Samsara temple and have a look, Gu Fei said indifferently. Enter the Samsara temple? Ancestor reincarnation was stunned. The Samsara temple is an important place of our sect. You can't enter just because you want to, the black-bearded elder said coldly. You talk too much. Gu Fei slapped the black-bearded elder with his palm. How dare you? Ancestor reincarnation said angrily. He made a circle with his hands, and a powerful wave of energy spread out to block the attack. However, Gu Fei's palm power penetrated ancestor reincarnation's power and smashed the black-bearded elder into meat paste. Everyone was stunned. That was a divine state elder of the Samsara temple. How could he be smashed into meat paste by Gu Fei? This scene was simply too surreal. Sir, you seem to be going a little overboard. Reincarnation ancestor was furious, but he didn't dare to make a move. Gu Fei's strength was too strong. The remaining two Samsara temple elders were livid and did not dare to speak again. Zhao Qingyang's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. He was completely stunned. What? You still want to stop me? Gu Fei was a little impatient. If these guys continued to squabble, he wouldn't mind making a move. Ancestor reincarnation's expression changed several times before he slowly retreated. Haha, at least you're tactful. Emo Xian looked at the reincarnation ancestor mockingly, then looked at the two elders of the reincarnation hall in disdain. These fellows simply won't shed a tear until they see their coffins. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the Samsara hall with Emo Xian. Then, he walked in. The two elders were shocked and angry, but there was nothing they could do. This guy was a ruthless person who could kill immortal realm experts with a wave of his hand. The Samsara hall looked mysterious from the outside. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary hall. However, the moment Gu Fei walked into this ancient hall, he felt as if he had entered another world. Spatial instrument? Gu Fei was a little surprised. This kind of opening of space was like splitting open the sky and earth. This was not something that people below the immortal realm could do. It seemed that there were immortals in the Taiyuan realm, but the immortals seemed to have disappeared. It seemed that there was a big secret in the Taiyuan realm. But what did this have to do with him? Gu Fei went to the reincarnation peak to find his memories. That is, in the middle of the hall, there was an ancient well that was swallowing yin and yang qi. There was a vague power of reincarnation flowing in the well. That is the mysterious reincarnation ancient well? Emo Xian's eyes lit up when she saw the ancient well. The reincarnation ancient well of the Samsara hall was one of the most mysterious things in the Taiyuan realm. No one knew where this ancient well led to. Maybe it led to another world, or maybe it led to the next life. Who knew? You really want to go in? Emocien looked at Gu Fei in shock. You guard here. Kill whoever dares to step into the hall, Gu Fei said as he waved his right hand. A divine sword flew out from his hand and stabbed into the ground. A deep cold sword chi immediately spread from this divine sword. This is... Emocien was shocked. I found this sword in the Dongwu Dynasty storehouse. It is an immortal sword. I refined it again, and its power is stronger than before. With this sword, you can kill any martial artist below the immortal realm. Gu Fei said calmly. Kill all martial artists below the immortal realm? Emocien was surprised and happy. Didn't this mean that with this sword, she was invincible below the immortal realm? But what if the supreme existence of the immortal realm came personally? Although Emocien was happy, she didn't lose her rationality. There were many people in the eastern region who were undergoing the martial immortal heavenly tribulation. Who could guarantee that among those people, there wouldn't be anyone who successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and became a martial immortal? If a martial immortal came, wouldn't she be dead? It's okay. I will lend you the power of your immortal spirit. You can use the power of your immortal spirit 3 times. Gu Fei said as he pointed a finger at Emocien. Emocien's body trembled. She felt a wave of heat enter her body and disappear. That's more like it. Emocien said as she sat down in front of the divine sword. Gu Fei looked outside the hall and jumped into the ancient well. Ha! At this moment, a loud laugh came from outside the hall. Then, a figure walked in. This person was one of the 3 great elders of the Samsara temple, Elder Luan Yu. Elder Luan Yu walked in step by step. With every step he took, the crescent moon-shaped seal between his eyebrows became brighter. It was as if it was going to rush out from between his eyebrows. What do you want? Emocien looked at Elder Luan Yu and said coldly, No one has ever come out after entering the Samsara ancient well, not even a martial immortal. Elder Luan Yu's expression turned cold as he stared at Emocien. Is that so? Emocien smiled and didn't say anything. Gu Fei is dead. I will send you on your way now. Elder Luan Yu walked towards Emocien. You are the one who is dead. Emocien said indifferently. Ha! A mere inborn dares to be presumptuous in front of me. Ridiculous. Elder Luan Yu couldn't help but laugh. I am lucky. Gu Fei is dead, and I can get a celestial artifact. Elder Luan Yu looked greedily at the divine sword that was stuck in the ground. Emocien suddenly smiled and waved her right hand. Clang! The divine sword that was stuck in the ground immediately turned into a sword light and slashed through Elder Luan Yu's body. Then, it flew back and stuck in the ground again. Elder Luan Yu's eyes were filled with incomparable horror. Then, a line of blood appeared on his forehead, and he fell straight down. Chapter 40:16. Inside the Samsara Palace, Gu Fei entered the reincarnation ancient well and left Emocien an immortal sword and immortal spirit power that could be used 3 times. However, just as Gu Fei left, Elder Luan Yu of the Samsara Palace walked in from outside, wanting to kill Emocien and take the immortal sword. Emocien didn't even use her immortal spirit power, just a normal sword controlling technique. Yet she killed Elder Luan Yu, killing a god realm expert with 1 sword. This shocked the 2 elders and ancestor reincarnation. Kill whoever dares to come in. Emocien's cold voice reached the ears of the people outside. Ancestor reincarnation and the others heard this and their faces turned ugly. At this time, Gu Fei fell into the reincarnation ancient well. This ancient well was very strange. It was pitch black all around and Gu Fei felt that he was falling. After an unknown period of time, Gu Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, the laws of heaven and earth turned into divine chains that entangled him. Divine chains formed from the laws of the devil Tao rushed out of Gu Fei's body. The 2 forces entangled together. Devil? Gu Fei was shocked. It was actually a devil that did something to his body. The power of the reincarnation ancient well stimulated the power of the seal on Gu Fei's body. It was the purest power of the devil Tao. Every chain formed from the power of the devil Tao firmly bound him. Not only did the demonic chains seal Gu Fei's power, but they also sealed his memories. Damn, who is it? Gu Fei was shocked and angry. The chains formed from the laws of the devil Tao on his body were densely packed. He didn't know how many layers there were. The power of the devil Tao kept colliding with the reincarnation power of the reincarnation ancient well. Inside Gu Fei's body, there seemed to be a force that wanted to break out of the cocoon. This reincarnation ancient well seemed to be a world that was refined into a special existence. It contained the power of reincarnation. It could make people fall into the cycle of reincarnation. However, the reincarnation power of the ancient well had no effect on him. Boom. After an unknown period of time, Gu Fei felt the surrounding space suddenly tremble violently. Then, he discovered that he was actually in a ball of divine light that was like a ripple of water. The laws of heaven and earth, which blotted out the sky and covered the earth, were obliterated from all directions. This was the purest power of heaven and earth, and Gu Fei discovered that he was actually inside the divine pearl of heaven and earth. Gu Fei had never imagined that there would be a divine pearl of heaven and earth in the reincarnation ancient well. Without any hesitation, he activated the boundless power of the laws of heaven and earth to erase the layers of seals on his body. Just as Gu Fei was activating the origin energy of heaven and earth to erase the seal on his body, a dozen Samsara temple experts stood in front of the Samsara temple. Ancestor, this Gu Fei is simply too much. To think that he would dare to take over our sacred palace. Someone said indignantly. That's right. So what if he is a martial immortal? He cannot be this rude and unreasonable. Someone said. At that moment, ancestor reincarnation passed through the entrance of the Samsara temple and looked at Mo who was sitting cross-legged in front of the ancient well. His expression was extremely ugly. Ancestor reincarnation already knew where Gu Fei came from. This guy had suppressed the entire Eastern Wu royal family with his own power. He was the first martial immortal to appear in the Taiyuan realm in countless years. There was no doubt that Gu Fei was powerful. Even the servant girl beside him could kill a divine realm expert with a single sword strike. Now, there were only two ancestor-level existences left in the Samsara temple. One was ancestor reincarnation, and the other was one of the three great elders, Elder Emotion. As for the others, they were the disciples of the two ancestor-level existences. All of you, shut up, Elder Emotion said in a deep voice. The group of people did not dare to speak at once. At that moment, the ripples from the eastern region became even more intense. The martial immortals' heavenly tribulation was earth-shattering and affected the entire world. The more powerful the existence, the more intense the ripples they felt. All of you, guard here. If the people inside come out, let them go. After saying that, ancestor reincarnation soared into the sky. He turned into a peerless divine light and flew towards the eastern region. In an instant, he disappeared into the horizon. Everyone looked at each other. In the end, everyone's gaze fell on Elder Emotion. Why are you all looking at me? Whatever senior brother reincarnation says, we'll do it, Elder Emotion said impatiently. He also wanted to go to the eastern region, but he was worried about these guys. If these guys angered Gu Fei, the consequences would be unpredictable. Yes, ancestor, the group of experts of the Samsara temple quickly said. At that moment, in the eastern region, people were constantly undergoing heavenly tribulations, and people were also constantly dying. Failing the heavenly tribulations would result in the destruction of both body and soul. No one could survive after failing the heavenly tribulations. Gu Fei only gave the experts of the eastern region a chance to become immortals. However, no one knew whether they could become immortals or not. The Golden War ancestor failed. His golden blood dyed the heavens and earth red. Shin Supreme failed. His body and soul were destroyed by the tribulation lightning. As for the Black Tiger, it was also torn to pieces by the lightning formed by the tribulation lightning. However, even so, there were still people who incited the heavenly tribulations. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the entire eastern region became chaotic. At that moment, in the eastern Wu imperial palace, Gu Fei's divine light began to dissipate. In the end, It became invisible and disappeared without a trace. What's going on? The experts who had just arrived were dumbfounded. At that moment, a group of people also appeared in the palace. The Eastern Wu Imperial Lord was among them. With his cultivation, he was indeed qualified to comprehend the great Tao of martial immortal. Sigh. The Eastern Wu Imperial Lord sighed. The great Tao of martial immortal was too difficult and profound. No one could easily become a martial immortal. It was the same for others. How much one could comprehend depended on oneself. Rumble. After a thunderous rumble, the entire world became silent. Today, I will enter the immortal realm. A furious roar spread throughout the entire eastern region. Millions of living beings were terrified. Even the immortal realm peerless experts couldn't help but change their expressions. There's actually someone who succeeded. All the immortal realm experts felt as though a gigantic mountain suddenly pressed down on their bodies. Although Gu Fei was also a martial immortal, he could retract and release his aura freely. He wasn't like this newly ascended martial immortal. The might of a martial immortal could shake the heavens and earth, as though it could crush the entire world. Who is it? Who became a martial immortal? The Eastern Wu Imperial Lord directly rushed out. Everyone could no longer sit still and rushed out as well. A black-haired young man stood in the air. Boundless immortal Tao divine light gushed out from him, illuminating the entire heavens and earth. This person was like an unsheathed heavenly sword. It was as though he could break through the heavens and earth at any moment, directly entering the immortal martial realm. It's him? Chapter 40:17. In the extreme origin realm, cultivators who passed the heavenly tribulation would directly become a martial immortal. With a wave of their hand, they could shatter the heavens and earth and ascend to the immortal martial realm. Rumble. In the depths of the eastern region, a thunderous sound rang out. The Lingnan Sword Lord stretched out his right hand, and an immortal sword appeared in his hand. After that, he directly slashed down towards the heavens. Swish! The resplendent sword light directly soared up into the sky, directly into the starry sky. Everywhere it passed, the stars were directly split apart. This sword seemed to have split the heavens and earth into two. No one could describe the might of this sword. At the same time the Lingnan Sword Lord slashed out this sword, the entire eastern region, and even the entire extreme origin realm, all the swords and weapons were trembling. After that, the supreme experts in the eastern region all felt a majestic aura descending from the depths of the heavens. All the experts were indescribably shocked. The Lingnan Sword Lord has entered the legendary immortal martial realm? Some half-step martial immortals exclaimed in shock. A single sword slashing out a path to ascension. Countless people exclaimed. However, the Lingnan Sword Lord didn't step onto the heavenly path. Instead, he directly turned and instantly vanished into the void, directly tearing apart the void. The Lingnan Sword Lord was one of the 12 Tao Lords of the Lingnan Mountains. In the cultivation world of the southern region, the 12 Tao Lords of the Lingnan Mountains were the supreme ones. However, other than the 12 Tao Lords, there was also the Devil Refinement Sect and the Primordial Demon Sect. The 12 Tao Lords didn't dominate the southern region. The Devil Refinement Sect and the Primordial Demon Sect are going to be unlucky, someone said. The Lingnan Sword Lord became an immortal and didn't immediately step onto the heavenly path. This meant that he must have returned to the southern region. Maybe he wanted to establish a foundation for the Lingnan Tao Lord. At this moment, as the Lingnan Sword Lord became an immortal, the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation began to dissipate. No one dared to try again, because too many people died, and they were all hegemons of the extreme origin realm. Some of them were even more powerful and terrifying than the Eastern Martial Royal Lord. For example, the Golden Battle Ancestor and Shun Wushang of the Shenwu sect were both supreme geniuses. They were all half-step into the immortal martial realm. Almost all of the big shots who had spoken to Gu Fei in the hall had failed their tribulations. Only the Southridge Sword Master had succeeded. The death of more than a dozen big shots was definitely enough to shock the world. The Taiyuan realm was about to be in chaos. This was foreseeable. The fall of more than 10 giants would inevitably result in a power vacuum. Countless people would want to take over, and all kinds of struggles would be unavoidable. However, this had nothing to do with Gu Fei. Even in the East region, when the news of Shun Supreme's death spread, the entire Shinwu sect was in an uproar. 3 grand elders stood out and wanted to push their own people to the position of sect master. The disciples of Supreme God were naturally unwilling to be trampled on by the 3 great elders. Right now, the Demon Heaven sect was not in a state of chaos. Since the 1000 Annihilation Demon Master had failed his tribulation, the people in the Demon Heaven sect were not going to sit still. It should be known that the master of the demon sect was an existence that stood above tens of thousands of people and could dictate the life and death of everyone in the demon sect. However, it was very abnormal. The Demon Heaven sect, which should have descended into chaos, was actually very quiet. No one stood out, and no one said that they would fight for the position of sect master. The abnormality of the demon sect attracted the attention of the major forces in the East region. However, someone quickly understood. In the demon sect, weren't the Saintess and the Devil Son qualified to fight for the position of sect master? There were more than 2 Devil Sons and Saintess in the demon sect. The demon sect had 3 Devil Sons and 2 Saintesses. These people were all qualified to fight for the position of sect master. However, the Devil Sons and Saintesses of the demon sect did not stand out. They were all watching. Even the elders of the demon sect were very calm. Emocian was also the demon sect saintess. Moreover, when Gu Fei attacked the East Martial Imperial City and forced the East Martial Imperial Lord to lower his head, she followed beside Gu Fei. Gu Fei was the #1 martial immortal in the Taiyuan realm. With his support, wouldn't it be easy for Emocian to become the demon sect master? The current atmosphere in the demon sect was very strange. Whoever dared to stand out would be courting death. As for the demon sect that Emocian belonged to, it was crowded these days. Everyone wanted to know when she would return. Some forces even went up to her to propose marriage. However, they were all turned down by Emocian's grandfather. Any organization or genius was useless before a martial immortal. A peak organization like the Demon Heaven sect could be destroyed by a single wave of a martial immortal's hand. All the organizations had come for Gu Fei, who stood behind Emocian. If they could gain the support of a martial immortal, they would immediately become the most powerful organization in the Taiyuan realm. The old relics were extremely clever. How could they not know what the Emo family was planning? At a time like this, even the abandoned disciple of the Moon demon sect, Emo Feng, was very popular in the eastern region. The sect master of the Moon demon sect even personally went to the imperial capital to invite Emo Feng back. However, Emo Feng couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the Dark Moon demon sect master. Although the sect master of the Moon demon sect had been rebuffed, he did not even dare to say anything. He left the imperial capital with the people of the Moon demon sect gloomily. The senior uncle of the demonic wind sect was filled with regret. If he hadn't fallen out with Gu Fei, the Inua demon sect would have replaced the demon sky sect and become the #1 power in the demon sect. However, it was all too late now. Although Emo Feng was a member of the demonic sects, there were still many organizations that extended an olive branch to him. There were also large clans that expressed their love for him. However, Emo Feng did not waver. He only guarded the foundation for Gu Fei obediently. He did not dare to relax at all. However, with his cultivation, he gradually lost control of the people below him. After all, there were many people with higher cultivation than him in the imperial capital of the Dongwu Empire. Any random prince or princess was an innate cultivator. It was even more so for the Dongwu Imperial Lord. If it were not for the fact that everyone feared Gu Fei, who stood behind Emo Feng would have died countless times already. Time passed. Gu Fei and Emocian seemed to have disappeared. Half a month had passed, yet they still had not returned. Many people became rather restless. When Gu Fei and Emocian did not appear for 3 months, people in the imperial capital began to clamor for Emo Feng to leave. Bastard, kill. Emo Feng was furious. He directly sent out the Dongwu guards to capture all the people who spread the rumors and execute them. For a moment, heads rolled in the imperial capital. Blood dyed the streets in front of the palace red. Whoever dares to speak nonsense will be killed without mercy. Emophone was decisive. For a moment, all the people who wanted to cause trouble in the imperial capital shut up. Even the important figures frowned. They did not expect Emophone to be so murderous. Unknowingly, Gu Fei and Emotion had disappeared for half a year. During that time, the eastern region was in turmoil. The Shunwu sect was in chaos. The various elders fought. The extremely powerful sect actually split into two sections. As a result, only two of the three supreme organizations in the eastern region remained. The Dongwu Empire was still powerful. It ruled over billions of territories. The position of the Demon Heaven sect's sect master was still vacant. However, different voices had already appeared in the sect. However, no one dared to offend the Emo family. This was because the Emo family had released a shocking piece of news. Emotion soul lamp was getting brighter and brighter. The brighter the soul lamp was, the stronger Emotion soul was. At this time, the news of Gu Fei suppressing the entire empire finally reached the divine martial country and the Wu village. Medicine Master Wu and Wu Ji were dumbfounded. They never expected Gu Fei to be so powerful that he could fight against an empire alone. That was an empire that ruled over endless territories and had 100,000 innate soldiers. The power of an empire was not something a small vassal state like the divine martial country could compare to, especially the second granduncle of the Wu village. He sighed all day long. He regretted that he missed the chance for the Wu clan to rise. It seemed like the Wu clan could only hole up in these 10 li and 8 villages. At this time, at the top of the reincarnation peak in the central region, a black-clothed woman sat on the ground in the Samsara hall. A divine sword was stabbed in front of her. Beside the black-clothed woman was an ancient well that was spitting out chaotic essence. This black-clothed woman was Emotion. The Samsara hall was indeed a sacred place for cultivation. Emotion had not been idle in the past 6 months. She had been cultivating, and her cultivation had gradually increased. Emotion's cultivation had reached the peak of the innate realm. Her cultivation could break through to the true realm at any time and become a true realm martial artist. The true martial realm was one level higher than the innate realm. Some people were stuck at the innate realm for 500 years and couldn't break through until their lifespans were exhausted. However, there were some heaven-defying people who could break through the innate realm at a young age and become a true realm martial artist. Emotion was undoubtedly one of these rare martial arts geniuses. She was not even 20 years old and was much younger than the 3 Devil Sons and the other saintess of the Demon Clan. However, her martial arts talent was truly shocking. Emotion knew that if her cultivation really broke through to the true realm, she would be the youngest true realm martial artist in the history of the Demon Clan. Her future would be limitless, especially when she was following Gu Fei, a martial immortal. To be able to become a martial immortal's disciple was definitely something that countless martial artists would be extremely jealous of. At this moment, outside the Samsara Ancient Hall, Ancestor Reincarnation and another elder set up a tent and guarded the outside of the Samsara Ancient Hall. The important figures of the Samsara Hall had also come. On the Reincarnation Peak, in front of the Samsara Ancient Hall, there were more than 10 incomparably powerful martial artists gathered. The Samsara Hall had completely sealed the news of Gu Fei and Emotion challenging the Reincarnation Peak. No one in the outside world knew that Gu Fei and Emotion were in the Samsara Hall. It was definitely an extremely embarrassing thing for someone to kill their way in and rob the sacred hall. Boom! At that moment, the Samsara Ancient Well, which had been silent for half a year, suddenly shook. The entire Samsara Temple shook along with it. Ancient runes appeared on the surface of the Samsara Temple. What happened? In front of the Samsara Ancient Hall, Ancestor Reincarnation and the others were inexplicably shocked. Chapter 40:18 Rumble. In the Samsara Ancient Palace, the Samsara Ancient Well was shaking. Waves of chaotic energy rushed out of the well, causing the entire Samsara Ancient Palace to shake. Soon, even the entire Reincarnation Peak was shaking. How is this possible? Everyone on the Reincarnation Peak was dumbfounded. The well in the Samsara Ancient Palace had never acted so strangely before. Could it be that Gu Fei was still alive? No one knew the details of the Samsara ancient well better than the reincarnation patriarch. Many of the patriarchs of the Samsara temple had entered the Samsara ancient well before. The patriarchs of the Samsara temple had never been able to return. There was once a half-step immortal martial patriarch of the Samsara temple who had jumped into the Samsara ancient well. Then there was no then. That patriarch never came out. He's coming out? Emocian stared at the Samsara ancient well in shock. At this time, a ball of divine light flashed continuously at the bottom of the Samsara ancient well. 9 dragon-like chaotic energy rushed out of the divine light. The chaotic energy rushed into the chaotic void and frantically devoured the chaotic energy in the chaotic void. In the middle of that ball of divine light, a blurry figure was sitting cross-legged. That person was Gu Fei. He was drawing upon the endless chaotic energy in the chaotic void. Roar! A ferocious demonic shadow appeared on his body and roared. Powerful demonic power burst out from the demonic shadow. Good. Even if I have to give up my cultivation, I will destroy you. Gu Fei roared and his body shook. In the next moment, countless star-like divine light surged out of his body. This was the result of his 6 months of hard work. Every ball of divine light was like a treasure of power. In the next moment, the entire divine light source exploded. The 9 dragon-like chaotic energy also exploded. The entire chaotic void was annihilated. This power was too strong. The demonic shadow that emerged from Gu Fei's body also roared. Demonic chains appeared on his body and shattered in the chaotic void. As one of the demonic chains shattered, the balls of divine light on Gu Fei's body also disappeared. That was Gu Fei's power being obliterated. As the demonic chains continued to break, Gu Fei's eyes grew brighter and brighter. The power in his body grew weaker and weaker. At the same time, the demonic power in his body disappeared. The demonic shadow on Gu Fei's body was also doing its best to circulate the power of the demonic path. Roar! Gu Fei fiercely roared towards the sky. The last dozens of demonic chains on his body shattered at the same time. His body continued to crack open with wounds so deep that his bones could be seen. His entire martial body looked like it was about to collapse. His hair was disheveled and blood-stained. After breaking dozens of demonic chains in a single breath, Gu Fei almost died. At this time, he was extremely weak, and his cultivation was almost obliterated by the power of the demonic path. Roar! On Gu Fei's body, a demonic shadow unwillingly dissipated in the void, completely vanishing into thin air. At the same time, countless cracks appeared on the reincarnation ancient well, as if it would shatter at any time. Outside the reincarnation ancient well, everyone who saw this through the gate was stunned, especially Patriarch Reincarnation. That was the reincarnation ancient well that had existed for countless years. How could it crack? The origin of the world was originally all-encompassing and could evolve everything in the world. The power of reincarnation was also one of the origin of the world. However, at this time, as the origin divine pearl of the world shattered, all the power returned to chaos. A trace of the power of reincarnation within the reincarnation ancient well also dissipated. Return to my true self. Return to me. At the bottom of the reincarnation ancient well, Gu Fei roared towards the sky. The next moment, countless sealed memories surged into his mind. He remembered everything. The first demon of the primogeniture. How ruthless. Gu Fei clenched his fists. This guy actually used his life as the price to force me into reincarnation and seal my cultivation and all my memories. It was too ruthless. If I hadn't broken the first seal, recovered some of my cultivation and memories, and obtained the origin divine pearl of the world, wouldn't I really have fallen into reincarnation forever? The origin divine pearl of the world was extremely rare. It was a supreme treasure that could nurture a part of the world. Even an extreme Tao Supreme would be envious of it. However, now, this supreme treasure was used by Gu Fei to destroy the seal that the first demon of the primogeniture had placed on him. Gu Fei had not only sacrificed a supreme treasure, but also his own cultivation. Even his eternal level supreme martial body was crippled. He had lost his eternal divinity and directly fell to the immortal divine martial body. To Gu Fei, his cultivation could be said to have been destroyed. At this moment, he suddenly felt his chest heat up. Traces of warmth slowly spread from his sternum to the rest of his body. Unexpectedly, his injuries were gradually healing. Gu Fei was shocked and hurriedly looked inside. The next moment, under the perception of his divine will, he seemed to see a mass of divine light that was tens of thousands of times more dazzling than the divine sun. An extremely weak trace of eternal divinity was contained in his sternum. Haha, heaven never bars one's way. The first demon of the primogeniture, you have wasted your life. Gu Fei laughed heartily. He was still alive, but the first demon of the primogeniture had been destroyed in body and soul. The first demon of the eternal realm was a supreme demon, and he had risked his life to kill a supreme demon. Most importantly, there was still a trace of eternal divinity left in his body. With this as a guide, he could cultivate the eternal martial body and return to the peak. This bone body has eternal divinity. Let's call it the eternal real bone, Gu Fei muttered to himself. He still had the cultivation of the immortal realm left, but it should be enough in the Great Origin Realm. The Great Origin Realm should be a low-level world, where immortals were already the most powerful existences. The heaven and earth laws of the low-level world could not support the cultivation of experts above the immortal realm, and the cultivation of creatures in the low-level world could not break through to the realm above the immortal realm. Gu Fei directly opened his inner world and walked inside. Just after he left, the surrounding primal chaos chi immediately surged and drowned the place where he had just been. This primal chaos chi was extraordinary, and existences at the immortal realm could not withstand it at all. A wisp of primal chaos chi could crush the void. After hiding in his inner world, Gu Fei directly went to the immortal transformation pool. He wanted to restore his immortal martial body and improve his cultivation before returning to the Great Origin Realm. After all, there were still some things he had to deal with there. Master, as Gu Fei walked, the members of the Ming clan all retreated to the side and bowed respectfully to him. The Ming clan thrived in Gu Fei's inner world. Over the years, the population of the Ming clan had grown to tens of thousands of people. Because the heaven and earth spirit chi was abundant here, every member of the Ming clan was suitable for cultivation. Some members of the Ming clan were even born with innate Tao or divine bodies. When they cultivated, they could achieve twice the results with half the effort and much faster than other members of the Ming clan. Knowing that Gu Fei had returned, the old clan leader of the Ming clan quickly came to greet him. Without Gu Fei, there would be no Ming clan today. Gu Fei was the benefactor of the Ming clan, and even the old clan leader had to kneel to greet Gu Fei. Master, you haven't been back for a long time. Should we inform Mistress? The old clan leader asked as he stood by the side. At this time, Gu Fei directly plucked the immortal peach fruit beside the immortal transformation lake and ate it. The mistress that the old clan leader mentioned was naturally Yin-Er. Thinking about it, ever since he brought little Ling Xian back, he hadn't returned. Little Ling Xian had already grown up. Thinking of little Ling Xian, Gu Fei couldn't help but think of his daughter, Gu Ling. Ever since his daughter stepped on the ancient road of the human race, he hadn't seen her again. He didn't know how much his daughter had grown. Gu Fei wasn't worried about Gu Ling. After all, he had handed the golden divine truncheon to Gu Ling. That was an emperor-level divine weapon. With the golden divine truncheon in hand, unless a supreme being made a move, who could be Ling Er's match? Moreover, the human world was different from the ancestral realm. The human world had the power of heavenly punishment, which could suppress all supreme beings. No supreme being would dare to challenge the power of heavenly punishment. Don't alarm her. Gu Fei didn't want Yin-Er to see him in a sorry state. Yes, master. The old clan leader nodded. All of you can leave. Gu Fei said. Yes. The old clan leader hurriedly bowed to Gu Fei and left. After eating the peach in his hand, Gu Fei directly jumped into the immortal transformation pool. The moment he entered the pool, he only felt incomparably comfortable. He felt like he was walking on air. Strands of extremely pure immortal Tao essence drilled into Gu Fei's body through his pores. The wounds on his body quickly disappeared. Not even a scar was left behind. His flesh, tendons, and bones became even more powerful. Gu Fei only felt his chest heating up as the immortal Tao essence frantically gathered towards his eternal true bone. His entire breastbone was sparkling and translucent, like a supreme divine jade. He soaked in the immortal transformation pool for an entire day before coming ashore. The immortal Tao essence in the immortal transformation pool actually didn't have much of an effect on him. Gu Fei's cultivation didn't increase, but his martial physique became even stronger. The strongest martial physique, the strongest power. Even in the immortal god realm, Gu Fei was confident that he could use his powerful martial physique to challenge immortal kings, let alone immortal gods. It's time to leave. Gu Fei changed into a clean set of clothes and left the immortal transformation lake. He tore open the void and walked out. Even though he was mentally prepared, his martial physique was still almost torn apart by the primal chaos chi. Cracks appeared on his body, and blood seeped out. He soared into the sky towards the exit. Coming down was easy, but going up was hard. Gu Fei didn't know how long he flew. Just as he was about to give up, a bright spot suddenly appeared in the sky. The tremors are gone. At this moment, within the Samsara Hall, Emocien stared at the Samsara ancient well in shock. This ancient well was almost ruined, and it was covered in cracks. It no longer breathed in and out the primal chaos chi. It was just like an ordinary well. The Samsara ancient well is actually ruined. Patriarch Samsara's heart was dripping blood in front of the Samsara Hall. Boom. At this moment, there was a huge explosion, and the entire ancient well suddenly exploded. What? Chapter 40:19. The reincarnation ancient well had exploded. The higher-ups of the Samsara temple, who had guarded the well for countless years, were dumbfounded. Even the most powerful divine weapon in the Taiyuan realm could not leave a mark on it when it was wielded by the most powerful person. But now, it was broken. How is this possible? Patriarch Reincarnation was dumbfounded. The destruction of the reincarnation ancient well was equivalent to destroying the foundation of the Samsara temple. It was precisely because of the reincarnation ancient well that the Samsara temple had been able to survive for so many generations. Every generation had a supreme existence that could suppress a domain. Now that the foundation had been destroyed, it would be impossible for the Samsara temple to maintain its current status. In the central region of the Taiyuan realm, there were many experts, countless sects, and numerous powerful clans. This was the most prosperous region of the Taiyuan realm. The cultivation world of the central region was much stronger than the cultivation world of the other four regions combined. The Samsara temple was one of the top forces in the central region. But now that the reincarnation ancient well had been destroyed, the Samsara temple would decline in less than 100 years. Then, it would be suppressed by other forces and become a second-rate force. Of course, as long as Patriarch Reincarnation was alive, the Samsara temple would not be destroyed by other forces. At this moment, a black hole appeared where the reincarnation ancient well had been. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the black hole. Everyone was startled. Someone came out of the Samsara temple? Even Patriarch Reincarnation was shocked. Since ancient times, no one had ever come out after entering the reincarnation ancient well. Never. Gu Fei, Emocien who had been guarding the ancient hall, was surprised and happy. She had not left the ancient hall for the past 6 months and had been guarding the well. Emocien-er's cultivation had reached the peak of the Khanate realm. It was only a matter of time before she entered the true realm. She had the power and the divine sword that Gu Fei had given her. She could use the power of killing immortals and gods 3 times. Even Patriarch Reincarnation did not dare to provoke her or step into the Samsara temple. Rumble. Another hand reached out from the black hole. The surrounding void was constantly collapsing and reforming. This person seemed to have crawled out from the broken void. Then, the 2 hands that stretched out from the black hole exerted force, and a head popped out from the black hole. The man's hair was unkempt, and his clothes were tattered. He looked like a person who had crawled out of a garbage dump. He was in an extremely sorry state. Gu Fei, is that really you? Emocien stared at that person and her voice was trembling with excitement. Who else could it be if not me? That person said snappily, Gu Fei. Emocien was about to rush over. Don't come any closer, Gu Fei hurriedly said. Even with his cultivation and his powerful martial body, he couldn't withstand the primal chaos current, let alone Emo-Sien-Er. If Emo-Sien-Er got close, she would probably be torn to shreds by the chaotic currents. This, Emo-Sien-Er immediately stopped. Gu Fei crawled out from the black hole with difficulty. The devouring power of the black hole was too strong, as if it could devour everything. The entire Samsara ancient palace was shaking. Emo-Sien-Er held the divine sword that was stabbed into the ground with one hand and used all her strength to resist the devouring power from the black hole. What's going on? What's happening? A powerful devouring power surged out from the Samsara ancient palace. Some of the weaker cultivators flew towards the gate of the Samsara ancient palace and were devoured by the black hole. Ancestor, save me. Another expert of the Samsara ancient palace was devoured by the black hole. Roar. Ancestor reincarnation roared angrily. Powerful godly state energy burst out, trying to resist the devouring power from the Samsara ancient palace. However, even Gu Fei couldn't resist it. Ancestor reincarnation only lasted for 2 breaths of time before vomiting blood. Run. Ancestor reincarnation took out a divine-grade magic treasure. Boom. The divine-level Dharma treasure exploded right in front of the gate of the Samsara ancient palace. The entire void shrank and expanded in an instant. The devouring power from the Samsara ancient palace weakened immediately. Although it only lasted for a few breaths of time, it was enough for Ancestor reincarnation to save everyone on the reincarnation peak. Ancestor reincarnation waved his sleeves, and all the disciples on the reincarnation peak were sucked into his sleeves. Ancestor reincarnation turned into a ray of divine light and soared into the sky, escaping far away in an instant. Just as reincarnation patriarch escaped, an extremely terrifying devouring power erupted from the Samsara ancient palace. In just an instant, the entire Samsara ancient palace crumbled. A ray of sword light broke through the void and rushed out of it. It was Emo-Sien-Er. She used the power that Gu Fei gave her to escape. Then, the entire reincarnation peak started to collapse from the top to the bottom. In just 5 breaths of time, the reincarnation peak disappeared from the ground. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the dust that filled the sky. It was Gu Fei's voice. In the void, a black hole appeared and swallowed everything. Endless dust was sucked into the black hole. Even the stars in the sky were on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, Gu Fei was in an even more sorry state. His body was covered in blood. If Gu Fei hadn't returned to his inner world, eaten the peach of immortality, jumped into the immortal transformation pool, and strengthened his martial body to the level of an immortal king, he would have been dead long ago. A mere black hole can't stop me from returning. Gu Fei roared to the sky. His body shook, and he rushed out of the black hole with all his might. Roar. Gu Fei roared to the sky. A terrifying power rippled out for 100,000 miles. All the clouds in the sky were dispersed. The stars in the sky fell and shattered. All the living beings within 100,000-kilometer radius felt a terrifying aura, and all of them trembled in fear. It's the direction of the Samsara temple. Could it be that the Samsara temple's patriarch reincarnation has successfully taken that step and become an immortal? Someone said in shock. In an instant, the Samsara temple attracted the attention of countless important figures. Some of them came out of seclusion and rushed to the Samsara temple, wanting to find out what had happened. At this moment, after Gu Fei rushed out of the black hole in the void disappeared. The secret of the Samsara ancient well was that there was a divine pearl of chaotic origin at the bottom of the well. The ancient well would absorb the essence of heaven and earth, causing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a 10,000-mile radius of the Samsara temple to be extremely abundant. In particular, the Samsara force, the yin-yang force, the chaotic force, and all kinds of primitive powers of heaven and earth gathered in the ancient well. The Samsara temple was called the Samsara Ancient Well because its founding patriarch had comprehended the Samsara force beside the ancient well and created the heavenly Samsara art. At this moment, everyone in the Samsara temple looked at the shocking scene in front of them with indescribable shock. The ancestral land, All the senior members of the Samsara temple had ugly expressions on their faces. It should be known that their ancestral land had been destroyed. The destruction of the ancestral land was definitely a devastating blow to the Samsara temple. Damn it! The Samsara patriarch was filled with hatred, but there was nothing he could do. Who asked the other party to be stronger than him? In this chaotic world, whoever was strong would be the boss, and whoever was weak would be the grandson. Just as Gu Fei came out of seclusion, the eastern region was in a turbulent state. Some powerful forces wanted to occupy the Eastern Martial Imperial Palace, but they were all beaten up by the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord. All of them were badly battered, and some of them even had their limbs broken and their dantians destroyed. I will kill anyone who steps into the Imperial Palace. The Eastern Martial Imperial Lord said this. Everyone who heard this was inexplicably shocked. Those who had intended to take action also became timid at this moment. They immediately hid their heads like turtles. The Eastern Martial Dynasty was not an ordinary cultivation force. Humph! How arrogant! At this moment, a figure rushed over from the horizon and arrived directly above the Eastern Martial Dynasty's Imperial Palace. Who goes there? A roar was heard, and a strong man who looked like a black iron tower walked out. With every step he took, the ground shook. The black iron tower-like man stopped, then stretched out his hand and pounced towards the man in the sky. Kill! The person was high up in the sky. He pressed his right hand down. Boom! Endless spiritual energy gathered crazily. You're courting death. The strong man who looked like a black iron tower roared and directly collided with the big hand. There was a loud explosion that shook thousands of miles. The black iron tower fell from the sky and directly smashed into the ground, causing the entire ground to shake violently. General Tai. Seeing this scene, the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord was also shocked. This General Tai's thwart cultivation method could even put up a fight against those sect ancestors. At this moment, the surrounding warriors saw this scene and were all stunned. The Eastern Martial Imperial family was the #1 cultivation family in the Eastern region. They were extremely powerful, and someone actually dared to challenge the Eastern Martial Imperial family. Can't even withstand one blow. The person in the sky sneered. At this time, the entire Eastern region had fallen into chaos. A mysterious force from the outer region took advantage of the Eastern region's emptiness and killed their way into the Eastern region, wanting to occupy Gu Fei's territory. Half a year had passed, and there was still no news of Gu Fei and Mo Xian. Many people thought that Gu Fei and Mo Xian were dead. Otherwise, they would have returned after so long. The Shenwu sect and the demonic Sky sect were also fighting each other. When the Shenwu sect was in chaos, the demonic Sky sect took the opportunity to invade and occupy the Shenwu sect's territory. However, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Although the Shenwu sect leader, Shenwu Shang, had fallen, there were many experts in the Shenwu sect. It was easier said than done for the demonic Sky sect to take down the Shenwu sect. Now, someone was targeting the Eastern Martial Imperial family. Scram, or you will die. The Eastern Martial Imperial Lord stared at the figure in the sky and said coldly, "Do you really think you can kill me?" The person laughed. Die. Chapter 40:20. A mysterious expert had killed his way to the Dongwu dynasty's imperial capital. A strong aura spread throughout the place, filling every inch of space. Countless people in the imperial capital were terrified to the extreme. Kill. Overlord Dongwu directly rushed into the sky. With a single punch, he blasted a fist-shaped hole in the clouds that shrouded the sky. A figure appeared from behind the clouds. This person was covered in a black robe, revealing only a pair of eyes that shone brightly. Bam! The black-robed man stretched out his right hand and pressed down. A violent palm force came down and instantly collided with Imperial Lord Dongwu's fist force. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out, dispersing all the clouds in the sky. Two figures moved at high speed, and extremely dull sounds of collisions rang out continuously, like the rumbling of thunder. The ordinary people in the imperial city who did not have cultivation were so scared that they hid in their houses and shivered. Not to mention half of the martial artists. Even the Xiantian martial artists and the True Realm martial artists could not withstand the terrifying pressure from the sky and had no choice but to retreat. Martial artists, especially martial artists with high cultivation, were especially sensitive to the powerful pressure that erupted from the body of this kind of martial artist. On the contrary, ordinary people did not have the feeling of being pressed down to the point where they could not straighten their backs, and even their souls were trembling. Who are you? High up in the sky, Imperial Lord Dongwu became more and more shocked. This guy's cultivation and combat strength were on par with his. Where did this guy come from? This guy was definitely not from the Eastern region because Imperial Lord Dongwu knew very well how many God Realm experts there were in the Eastern region. Wu Feng, why haven't you taken down this guy after so long? At this moment, a voice came from the sky. Royal Lord Dongwu was taken aback. He hurriedly glanced over and saw many powerful figures appearing in the distant sky. The auras that these people exuded were not any weaker than his. 9 God Realm experts. How is this possible? The Eastern Wu Imperial Lord's shock was no small matter. It seemed that these fellows had planned this beforehand. These guys. On the roof of the Imperial City's palace, Missouri Feng, who was standing on the tiles, saw this scene and his face turned ugly. 10 Deity Realm martial artists had arrived. It looked like these fellows were determined to destroy the Dongwu dynasty. Such power was enough to change a dynasty or destroy any major faction. Barbarian Bear, come at me if you can. The God Realm expert called Wu Feng said angrily, You are divine state warriors of the Central region. What are you trying to do in the East region? The Eastern Martial Imperial Lord's expression was extremely ugly. Wu Feng and Barbarian Xiong were both famous divine realm martial artists in the Central region. However, Imperial Lord Dongwu had never seen these two fellows before. He had only heard of their names. Eastern Martial Imperial Lord, surrender if you know what's good for you. Join my crazy martial sect, and we can still guarantee your clan's safety. Otherwise, I'll exterminate your entire clan. A tall and ferocious-looking divine realm warrior shouted at Imperial Lord Dongwu, who was fighting with Wu Feng. Crazy martial sect? Royal Lord Dongwu's expression changed drastically when he heard this. Central region crazy martial sect? Demonic Wind's expression also changed drastically when he heard this. The crazy martial sect had only been established for a few years. However, it had quickly become one of the strongest factions in the Central region. The crazy martial sect gathered experts everywhere. Regardless of whether they were experts from the righteous path or the evil path, they would not let a single one of them off. However, for those who refused to surrender, there was only one fate, death. Boom. High up in the sky, Royal Lord Dongwu was distracted and was sent flying by Wu Feng's punch. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. You want me to surrender? Could it be that you are stronger than martial immortals? Royal Lord Dongwu looked at the 9 deity realm experts in disdain and sneered. Do you think that martial immortal master of yours will return? Wu Feng's tone was like the cold wind from the extreme north. It was incomparably cold. Haha, since we dared to come, we have already investigated everything. Your martial immortal master has disappeared for over half a year, the ferocious-looking divine state expert said while laughing. Is my master someone you can imagine? Demonic Wind said disdainfully. Insignificant ant, you are not qualified to speak. A god state martial artist waved his hand and tried to extinguish the demonic wind on the roof of the palace without any hesitation. Whoosh! Just as Emo Feng's body and soul were about to be destroyed, a figure suddenly appeared beside him and slashed out with a sword. A bright sword light instantly rushed out and directly broke through the mighty force coming from the sky and soared into the sky. What? The deity realm expert in the sky was shocked and he quickly dodged. The extremely sharp sword light directly brushed past his body, and a piece of his sleeve floated down from the air. The deity realm expert was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was almost killed by the sword. It was so dangerous. Who is it? The deity realm experts in the sky were shocked. They quickly looked down and saw a black-clothed lady standing beside Demonic Wind. The black-clothed lady was holding a sword in her hand. An immortal aura spread out from the sword in the black-clothed lady's hand. Immortal weapon. The deity realm expert's eyes lit up and they wanted to snatch the sword from the black-clothed lady. Emotioner? At this moment, demonic wind exclaimed. The person who suddenly appeared and saved his life was actually the saintess of the devil sect, Emotioner. What? She is Emotioner? Someone was indescribably shocked. Didn't Emotioner disappear with Gu Fei? Why is she here? At this moment, the 10 deity realm experts of the crazy martial sect were shocked, and they were sweating profusely. The 10 experts looked around anxiously. When they realized that Emotioner was alone, they became spirited again. Some of the deity realm experts even stared at the sword in Emotioner's hand greedily. Little girl, you are courting death. The fierce-looking deity realm expert rushed down from the sky and grabbed Emotioner. Humph. You are the one who is courting death. Emotioner suddenly smiled. Then, an immortal sword light rushed out from her hand and slashed the guy in half. What? Everyone was stunned when they witnessed this scene. That was an expert at the God rank realm, yet he was actually killed by a single sword strike from a little girl? How is this possible? The leader of the deity realm experts muttered to himself. She killed Barbarian Bear? Wu Feng was also dumbfounded. Barbarian Bear's cultivation was extremely powerful and was on par with him. Killing a deity realm expert like killing a dog? Demonic Wind looked at Emotioner. This kind of combat strength was too terrifying. However, he didn't know that Emotioner could only unleash one more attack. After that attack, she would return to her original form. However, this sword of hers directly suppressed all the divine realm experts of the crazy martial sect who were present. All of you, scram. Emotioner glanced at the deity realm experts in the sky coldly. Little girl, you are just relying on a sword and you dare to be impudent in front of us? The leader of the deity realm experts stared at Emotioner and said coldly, Fight me if you are not happy. Emotioner stared at the leader of the group. You. The leader of the deity realm experts' expression changed, but he didn't dare to attack. One should know that even Barbarian Bear was killed by Emotioner with a single attack. Where's the master? Demonic Wind asked. How would I know? Emotioner said impatiently. Friends, let's attack together and kill these two little guys. The leader of the deity realm experts said murderously. The other deity realm experts hesitated. No one dared to be the first to attack. Barbarian Bear's ending was clear to all. Whoever attacked first would suffer Emotioner's attack and would be in danger of dying. Cultivators who could reach the deity realm were all extremely smart. Who would want to risk their lives to attack? Although deity realm experts weren't martial immortals yet, their lifespan was much longer than ordinary cultivators. They could live for thousands of years, or even longer. Who would want to die? Haha, a bunch of cowards. Crazy martial sect? They are merely Isoso. Eastern Martial Imperial Lord laughed and said, How dare you? Presumptuous. Those deity realm experts of the crazy martial sect were furious. When they thought of how powerful and terrifying their sect master was, these deity realm experts couldn't help but change their expressions. The sect master of the crazy martial sect was decisive in killing. He would exterminate an entire sect if he didn't agree with them. His way of doing things was even more devilish than those demons. I am presumptuous. What can you do about it? Eastern Martial Imperial Lord said proudly. Emotioner appeared. Master should be appearing soon. As long as Gu Fei didn't die, no one could touch the Eastern Martial Imperial family. Kill. The leader of the deity realm experts roared in anger and charged towards Eastern Martial Imperial Lord. Boom. Boundless golden radiance burst out from his body. It was as if a golden sun suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The entire void was shaking. Clang. A metallic sound came from the golden light. Two golden blades directly slashed at Imperial Lord Dongwu, instantly tearing the void between heaven and earth. Extreme Dragon Mystic Technique. Eastern Martial Imperial Lord roared in anger and attacked with all his strength. Boundless dragon chi rushed out from his body, and a giant dragon appeared between heaven and earth. The giant dragon claw shattered the golden blades that were slashing towards the leader of the deity realm experts. Preposterous! The divine sun soared into the sky and released an even stronger wave of energy, smashing the dragon claw. Divine dragon tail whip? Eastern martial imperial lord transformed into a giant dragon and swung his tail towards the golden radiance. The violent energy shook the heavens and earth. That ball of sun-like divine light was directly slapped away. The golden light dissipated, and a figure appeared in the void. However, at this moment, those deity realm experts of the crazy martial sect who had yet to attack exploded into clouds of blood mist in the void. What? Seeing this scene, the leader of the deity realm experts was scared out of his wits. Chapter 40:21. The black-clothed youth, with his hands behind his back, slowly walked over. The 8 divine stage martial artists of the mad martial sect didn't even have the chance to let out a scream before they were directly smashed into balls of blood mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. Wu Feng, the divine realm warrior who could fight endlessly with the Eastern martial imperial lord, was so scared that he wet his pants. Those were all God state martial artists. Even in the middle region, they were great figures. Yet, these great figures had actually been annihilated just like that. This was something that Wu Feng found hard to believe. However, the truth was right in front of him. The person who killed the 8 divine realm warriors was the black-clothed young man who came from afar. This guy killed a divine realm warrior as easily as killing an ant. Could this person be the martial immortal master of the Eastern martial imperial lord? Wu Feng's soul was trembling. Boom! At this moment, the power of a divine realm warrior exploded. The golden divine light illuminated the entire area. The divine realm warrior of the crazy martial sect tried his best to escape. He instantly turned into a golden ray of light and soared into the sky. However, the black-clothed young man stretched out his right hand and grabbed the golden ray of light that soared into the sky. The golden ray immediately flew towards the black-clothed young man and was caught by him. Don't kill me. A terrified voice came from the golden ray of light. Within the golden ray of light, a blurry figure could be seen. Bang! The black-clothed young man did not speak. He clenched his fist and crushed the golden ray of light, turning it into specks of golden light and dissipating in the void. Another divine realm warrior died in the hands of the black-clothed young man. Wu Feng trembled. This black-clothed young man was too powerful. Even the boss was not his match. The boss was the most powerful existence among them. The unlucky guy who was killed by Gu Fei was really unlucky. Master, Royal Lord Dongwu bowed respectfully to the black-robed youth, not daring to show any neglect. At this moment, all the warriors who saw this scene were inexplicably shocked. That was the Eastern martial imperial lord. With him, the Eastern martial dynasty could continue to exist. This person who stood at the peak of the Eastern region had become the servant of this black-clothed young man. Master, Mo Feng also bowed to the black-clothed young man. This black-clothed young man was Gu Fei. Central Domain Crazy Martial Sect? Gu Fei said indifferently. This. Wu Feng shivered and even forgot to escape. Are you not going to tell me anything about the crazy martial sect? Gu Fei looked at Wu Feng. Wu Feng was even more flustered. For a moment, he did not know what to say. That was a martial immortal. Normally, the divine-level experts that appeared to be high and above, the invincible divine-level experts, were merely ant-like existences before a martial immortal. If the other party wanted to kill him, they only needed to move a finger to kill him countless times. Haha, what deity state? He's just a coward. Mo Feng laughed out loudly with a look of disdain. At this time, how could Wu Feng dare to say anything? Normally, if a puny Xiantian realm cultivator dared to speak to him in such a manner, he would have long since slapped him to death. It must be known that if an immortal realm cultivator did not appear, a divine-level expert would be an invincible existence in the supreme origin realm. If a sect had a divine-level expert, it could continue to be passed down. The reason why Gu Fei did not kill Wu Feng was because he wanted to understand the crazy martial sect from Wu Feng. The crazy martial sect seemed to be very strong. When he was in the central domain, he had heard people talking about the crazy martial sect. Even the Samsara Palace was afraid of the crazy martial sect. Even the Samsara Palace's ancestor Samsara did not dare to provoke the madmen of the crazy martial sect. Some people said that the reason why the crazy martial sect was so rude and unreasonable, killing people and exterminating people, was because they had a powerful background and a supreme martial immortal. Of course, this was only a rumor. Even Wu Feng had not seen the true face of the crazy martial sect's patriarch. From Wu Feng's words, Gu Fei and the others had some understanding of the crazy martial sect. The crazy martial sect was a cultivation force that had only appeared in recent years. However, the crazy martial sect had developed too quickly and its disciples were mixed. Being targeted by the crazy martial sect would be a disaster. If they did not submit, they would die. There was no room for negotiation. Regardless of good or evil, as long as it was a martial Tao expert, the crazy martial sect would recruit them. The current crazy martial sect could be said to be full of experts. However, this time, the crazy martial sect had kicked an iron plate. They actually wanted to take advantage of Gu Fei's absence to attack the Eastern martial dynasty. This was not a good thing. The news of Gu Fei's return quickly spread throughout the imperial capital, then the entire Eastern martial dynasty and the entire Eastern domain. The whole world was shocked. This was a martial immortal, a peerlessly powerful person. If they could hug the leg of a martial immortal, they could dominate the entire Supreme Origin Realm and become the #1 clan in the Supreme Origin Realm. But now, the people of Wu Village had already realized that they had missed a chance to conquer the Supreme Origin Realm. Just as Gu Fei returned, the Southern Domain's Lingnan Swordmaster destroyed the Primordial Fei sect and the Demon Refinement sect by himself. When the news spread, the whole world was shocked. Currently, the Tao sects reigned supreme in the Southern Domain. However, this situation would not last for long. Unless the Lingnan Swordmaster did not go to the Upper Realm and stayed in the Supreme Origin Realm to oversee the Lingnan Taoist sect. Otherwise, as long as the Lingnan Swordmaster left, the Tao sects would be in trouble. The Lingnan Swordmaster was the second martial immortal in the Supreme Origin Realm after Gu Fei. With one slash of his sword, he split the primogeniture mountain of the Primordial Fei sect in half. With one slash, he split the demon god temple of the Demon Refinement sect in half. After destroying the two great sects in the southern mountains, the Lingnan Swordmaster sat cross-legged at the peak of Lingnan for 3 days and 3 nights. Then, on the morning of the 4th day, he turned into a sword light and soared into the sky, flying in the direction of the Eastern martial dynasty. Old ancestor is going to. At the peak of Lingnan, several old men looked at each other in shock. I heard that Gu Fei is back. An old man with white hair and eyebrows suddenly sighed and said. When the other 2 old men heard this, their expressions changed. Then, a melodious bell rang from the peak of Lingnan and spread throughout the entire Lingnan region. All the pathmasters of the 12 Taoist sects were alarmed and gathered at the peak of Lingnan. Half a day later, the 12 pathmasters brought countless disciples and headed directly for the imperial city of the Eastern martial dynasty. The entire southern domain was shocked. Gu Fei, do you dare to fight? At dusk, the setting sun was like blood. A figure stepped on a sword light and appeared in the sky above the Eastern martial imperial city. A wave of divine will descended from the sky. Who dares to challenge the master by name? Demonic wind and the Eastern martial imperial lord jumped out. In the back garden of the imperial palace, under a big tree, a man and a woman were drinking tea at a stone table. There was a simple tea set, some snacks, and fruits on the table. Next to them was the 9th princess of the Eastern martial imperial family. The 9th princess was the Eastern martial imperial lord's 9th daughter. She was born with blocked veins and could not cultivate, but she was naturally beautiful and had a peerless appearance. The 9th princess, Zhou Zairu, attracted Gu Fei's attention because her name was similar to Zhao Zairu's. Moreover, he could tell at a glance that it was not that the 9th princess could not cultivate, but that she had a heaven-defying physique. The 9th princess, Zhou Zairu, was born with an body. As long as an immortal-level existence helped her open up all the blocked meridians in her body, she could soar to the sky. The Yin body and the ninth secluded meridian were incurable diseases in the Taiyuan realm. Even divine state warriors were helpless against them. They could only live to about 20 years old before dying prematurely. Zhou was already 19 years old this year. She was weak and sickly, so she was the least favored in the entire Eastern Martial Imperial family. Even her father, the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord, did not like his daughter. At this time, Zhou ninth secluded meridian had been cured by Gu Fei. Her qi was unblocked and the advantages of the Yin body immediately showed. The ninth princess had cultivated to the seventh heaven of the mortal realm in just a few days. She was much more powerful than the heaven-defying geniuses in the Taiyuan realm. Someone actually dared to challenge you. I'm very curious who this person is. Emocian who was sitting opposite Gu Fei, smiled charmingly. Gu Fei, do you dare to come out and fight? A loud voice came from the sky and spread throughout the entire imperial city, shaking the entire city. Gu Fei smiled and instantly disappeared into the void. You're quite lucky to be able to have this person as your master. Emocian looked at the ninth princess who was standing beside her and said indifferently. Her eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. At this time, in the Eastern Martial Imperial Palace, a figure soared into the sky. In an instant, he arrived high up in the sky at an extremely fast speed. Martial Immortal? When Lingnan's sword master saw Gu Fei, he could not help but be shocked. He could not see through Gu Fei's cultivation at all. Challenging me won't do you any good. Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back and looked at Lingnan's sword master quietly. Lingnan's sword master was simply a heavenly sword in human form. It was as though he could transform into a peerless sword radiance and soar into the sky at any time. Let's fight. Lingnan's sword master roared angrily. Then, he pointed at Gu Fei. Swoosh! An extremely sharp sword radiance broke through the void and slashed at Gu Fei. Gu Fei's figure instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above Lingnan's sword master, and he stomped his foot down on Lingnan's sword master. Rumble! The void under Gu Fei's foot was shaking. One stomp could move the universe. Buzz! Lingnan's sword master's body emitted a sword hum. Then, 9 resplendent sword radiance rushed out from his body and pierced towards Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. His body shook and the surrounding void immediately rippled like water. The 9 sword radiance directly shattered in the void. Heaven Transformation Palm. Gu Fei directly displayed his unique skill. A big hand instantly covered the entire sky, shrouding Swordmaster Lingnan in the big hand. Cosmos Breaking Sword. Lingnan's sword master roared angrily. He clenched his right hand in the void and a divine sword appeared in his hand. Then, he slashed with the sword. Swoosh! The sword radiance easily cut through the void and collided with Gu Fei's large hand. The sword radiance and the large hand dissipated at the same time. The two figures collided and an extremely intense close combat erupted. Chapter 4022. Lingnan's swordsman mainly cultivated the way of the sword and became a sword immortal. Most of his cultivation was on his sword. Without his sword, he would be in trouble. However, Gu Fei was different. He was a peerless, immortal soldier in human form. His every move could shake heaven and earth. If it was an ordinary martial immortal, he would have been killed by Gu Fei with one punch. The battle between experts in the immortal realm was so loud that all the cultivators in the Dongwu dynasty could feel it. Even the martial artists in the East region could feel the power coming from above. Master, Demonic Wind was extremely excited. This was a battle between immortals and gods. The most powerful beings in the Taiyuan realm were immortals, because it was impossible to cultivate to the immortal king realm in this world. Bam! Boom! Dull sounds of collision could be heard and a figure was forced to retreat. How dare you challenge my master? You must be tired of living. Demonic Wind said disdainfully. What a pity. Countless martial artists felt it was a pity. The aura of the immortal realm was too strong. Even God realm experts could not soar into the sky and could only watch the battle from the ground. If they could watch the battle from a close distance, Some of the old antiques might have an epiphany and then break through to the immortal realm. Swoosh. At this moment, a sword light soared for 100 miles and created a huge crack in the space. What? Seeing that scene, the crowd were all indescribably astonished. That was the power of a martial immortal. That sword strike was simply capable of splitting the heavens. That sword strike was simply too strong. Boom. At this moment, Gu Fei shattered the sword light and charged at Lingnan swordsman. He clenched his right hand and punched at Lingnan swordsman. The violent fist power instantly turned into a huge dragon and pounced at Lingnan swordsman. Roar. A shocking dragon roar seemed to resound in the void. Fist power turning into a dragon? The godly realm experts who were watching the battle on the ground were all moved. It wasn't a big deal for fist energy to take form, but Gu Fei's fist energy had turned into a huge dragon that was thousands of feet long. Rumble. The huge dragon flew across the sky and the void shook. Humph. Lingnan swordsman snorted and moved his hand that was holding his sword. Buzz. A sword cry resounded through the heavens, and a sword light that was 10 times more dazzling than the sword light from before rushed out of his hand, slicing the massive dragon in half with just a single strike. Gu Fei's fist force was destroyed by Swordmaster Lingnan's sword. However, Gu Fei soared into the sky and threw a punch at the incoming sword gleam. The fist and the sword light collided in an instant. The next moment, the sword light that slashed at Gu Fei's fist shattered, turning into specks of immortal light and dissipating in the void. He actually blocked the Southern Ridge Sword Master's invincible sword gleam with his body? How is this possible? All of the people who witnessed this scene were stunned. One must know that the Lingnan Sword Master was not an ordinary martial immortal. Instead, he was a sword immortal. The attack power of a sword immortal was stronger than that of ordinary martial immortals. This was because a sword immortal's abilities were almost all on a single sword. Even the Southern Ridge Sword Master was astonished. This guy's physical body was actually this powerful? A martial body comparable to an immortal-level weapon? Not bad. You actually managed to become a martial immortal in the extreme origin realm. You are indeed not simple, Gu Fei said as he attacked. His punches were like landslides. Tyrannical power erupted from his fists. Every time he punched, the entire void would tremble. What did you say? The Southern Ridge Sword Master's entire body was emitting immortal sword rays. Every single sword ray easily pierced through the void, capable of killing any cultivator below the immortal realm. If you were in a middle-grade world or a high-grade world, someone like you would definitely be able to become a stronger existence, said Gu Fei. His fists kept colliding with the sword rays from the Southern Ridge Sword Master's body, producing the sound of metal clashing. What? The Southern Ridge Sword Master was astonished. What middle-grade world? What high-grade world? Could there be other worlds in this world? Clang. Gu Fei's fist collided with the Southern Ridge Sword Master's divine sword again. This time, the Southern Ridge Sword Master's divine sword was knocked away. Sky overturning palm. When Gu Fei struck with his palm, the entire world seemed to be collapsing. The entire world seemed to have turned upside down. Heaven and earth reversed, and the stars moved. The Southern Ridge Sword Master was shocked. In the next moment, he became one with his sword and turned into an immortal sword ray. He soared into the sky, broke through the layers of sky overturning force and rushed out. Supreme Sword Dao, sky overturning sword. The Southern Ridge Sword Master turned into a sword. A terrifying sword ray descended from the sky and went for Gu Fei. The terrifying sword aura spread out and countless black spatial cracks appeared in the surrounding void. Gu Fei did not block it. He let the sword ray slash his body. At the same time, he punched the Southern Ridge Sword Master's chest. Crack. The sound of bones cracking was heard. The Southern Ridge Sword Master's chest caved in. He was sent flying hundreds of miles away by Gu Fei's punch and kept coughing out blood. What shocked the Southern Ridge Sword Master was that Gu Fei's clothes were not even cut after being hit by his sword. This is impossible. The Southern Ridge Sword Master muttered to himself. The sound of bones rubbing against each other came from his body. His chest, which had caved in from Gu Fei's punch, was rapidly healing. Nothing is impossible. Gu Fei hovered in the air with his hands behind his back. I'm not your match. The Southern Ridge Swordmaster had to admit that Gu Fei was stronger than him, not just a little bit stronger. After saying that, the Southern Ridge Swordmaster turned into a sword ray and soared into the sky. He disappeared into the void and left. Gu Fei did not stop him and let the sword ray fly away. He had no grudge with the Southern Ridge Swordmaster. The two of them were just sparring. There was no need to fight to the death. It was enough to determine the victor. The battle ended, and the terrifying immortal aura disappeared into the void. Gu Fei descended from the sky and rushed into the Eastern Martial Imperial City's palace. The Southern Ridge Swordmaster was defeated? This is incredible. When the news spread, the entire world was shocked. It's time to leave. In the palace, Gu Fei said calmly, Master, you are ascending? Everyone was shocked, especially Demonic Wind. If Gu Fei left, he would not be able to suppress the experts in the Eastern Martial Dynasty with his own strength. This realm is just an inferior world. My achievements are limited. If I want to become stronger, I have to go to other worlds, Gu Fei said indifferently. Other worlds. Chapter 4023. Gu Fei defeated the Southern Ridge Sword Sovereign, shocking the entire world. After that, he began his preparations to break through the void. He wanted to ascend to the immortal martial realm. Low-grade worlds could no longer support his cultivation unless he ascended to a higher-grade world. In truth, Gu Fei had the myriad world wheel and could go anywhere he wanted. But given his current cultivation base, it was impossible for him to use it. And just when Gu Fei was preparing to ascend in the southern domain, at the peak of the Southern Ridge, a silhouette broke through the barrier of the world with a single sword strike. After that, under the gazes of the crowd, that silhouette stepped out and directly entered the world on the other side. The Southern Ridge Sword Immortal finally ascended to the immortal martial realm. Countless cultivators witnessed this scene. All of them were incomparably excited. The success of the Southern Ridge Sword Sovereign gave them hope. Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry. Breaking through the void was an extremely easy matter to him. The ninth princess of the Eastern Martial Royal Clan, Zhou Zairu, had always been by Gu Fei's side, receiving the personal guidance of Gu Fei. Her cultivation base was constantly rising. The Eastern Martial Royal Lord was both shocked and overjoyed. Who would have thought that little Nine, whom he had always viewed as trash, was actually so heaven-defying? She had only cultivated for a few days, yet she was already about to reach the peak of the mortal realm. The Eastern Martial Royal Lord even opened the treasury of his royal clan and took out countless spirit medicines to send to Gu Fei. Gu Fei directly refined these spirit medicines into pills for Zhou Zairu, causing her cultivation base to directly break through to the Xiantian realm. The extreme martial body was simply too heaven-defying. Naturally, Gu Fei wasn't bad either. He was a martial immortal. Wouldn't it be as easy as flipping his palm for him to help someone break through to the Xiantian realm? Master, are you really going to leave? In the rear garden of the royal palace, Gu Fei was taking a stroll. Zhou Zairu and Emo Xian followed behind him. Emo Xian didn't treat him as an outsider at all, treating this place as her home. Yeah, Gu Fei, isn't this place good? Why do you want to leave? Emo Xian asked. This place is simply desolate compared to the true immortal realm. Cultivators of our generation pursue the ultimate strength. Here, there's no such strength. Gu Fei said. Of course, if you wish to leave the supreme origin realm, I can bring you into the immortal martial realm, Gu Fei continued. Is this the so-called, when a man achieves the Tao, his fowls and dogs follow him to heaven? Emo Xian smiled. I will leave in 3 days. After saying that, Gu Fei flicked his sleeve and disappeared into the void. This, Emo Xian and Zhou Zairu felt helpless. Leaving the great origin realm? Emo Xian and Zhou Zairu were struggling in their hearts. It wasn't an easy thing to leave the place they grew up in. They were extremely reluctant. After all, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to return once he left. Gu Fei was just a passerby, so he left. But Emo Xian and Zhou Zairu were different. Emo Xian and Zhou Zairu also left. They needed to think about it and make a good plan. Should they leave or stay? They needed to make a decision. As for demonic wind and Imperial Lord Eastwu, Gu Fei did not plan to take them away. 3 days passed very quickly. The news that Gu Fei was about to leave spread. All the famous cultivators in the Great Origin Realm came and gathered in the royal capital. At the peak of the royal capital, a figure sat cross-legged in the sky. At this moment, countless gazes landed on this figure. Countless cultivators in the royal capital stared nervously at the figure sitting on the peak of the royal capital. Today will be a day without immortals in the Great Origin Realm. An antique-level warrior sighed and said, "It wasn't easy for 2 martial immortals to appear in the Great Origin Realm. But in less than a month, these 2 martial immortals would break through the void and enter the immortal god realm." This was a major event that attracted the attention of the entire world. Countless ancestors of the major sects, clan leaders of the top clans, and leaders of the Holy Lands all came. The commotion caused by Gu Fei's ascension was much greater than the ascension of the Southern Ridge Swordmaster. One must know that he defeated the Southern Ridge Swordmaster, the strongest martial immortal in the Great Origin Realm. Master, the 9th princess of the Eastern Wu royal clan came. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Her whole body exuded a kind of cold aura, as though she was not a creature of this world. Rower, the Eastern Wu royal lord frowned when he saw this. Zhou Zairu was the most heaven-defying existence in the Eastern Wu royal clan. With her cultivation speed, in less than 100 years, she would become the strongest existence in the entire Great Origin Realm. Zhou Zairu was the hope of the Eastern Wu royal clan to dominate the world. However, if Zhou Zairu followed Gu Fei into the immortal martial realm, the hope of the Eastern Wu royal clan to rise again would be shattered. However, the Eastern Wu royal lord was an ambitious and ruthless person. He knew that if Ji could continue to follow Gu Fei, her future would be limitless and she could even become an unimaginably powerful existence. He followed Gu Fei and also learned some great secrets of heaven and earth. In this world, there was not only the Great Origin Realm. If the Eastern Wu royal clan could produce a supreme existence that could dominate the myriad of heavens and earth, it would not be a bad thing. Zhou Zairu stood behind Gu Fei. She glanced back at the imperial palace one last time. After today's departure, she didn't know when she would return. When it was almost noon, a silhouette appeared at the peak of the imperial palace. Isn't that the holy maiden of the devil sect? Even she wants to leave with Gu Fei? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Once the holy maiden leaves, the devil sect will be in chaos. Hee. Someone couldn't wait for the internal strife within the devil sect to continue. It won't be chaotic. The holy maiden left with Gu Fei. There's no reason not to leave a backup plan. Someone said something like that. In fact, with Gu Fei's support, it was as easy as flipping a palm for Emocian to become the leader of the devil sect. However, ever since she followed Gu Fei, Emocian no longer cared about the position of the devil lord. So what if it was the devil lord? As long as she was strong enough, the devil lord was also an ant. You want to leave with me too? Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at Emocian. I've played enough in the Great Origin Realm. I want to go to the immortal martial realm to take a look. Emocian seriously replied. Since this is the case, let's go. Gu Fei spoke as he stood up. With a wave of his sleeves, a ball of divine light enveloped Emocian and Zhou Zairu. After that, he pointed out with a finger. The resplendent finger light instantly tore a hole in the air. A vast aura surged over from the other side of the opening in the void. Rumble. The entire heaven and earth trembled, as though it was about to be crushed by this aura. Countless cultivators were shocked to the extreme. Those godly realm experts could faintly see another world appearing on the other side of the hole. Go. Chapter 4024. This is the immortal martial realm? Ever since Gu Fei recovered his memories, he knew that although he was forced into samsara by the first primogenitor, he was still in the primogenitor realm. Regardless of the supreme origin realm or the immortal devil tribulation, they were all passers-by to him. What he needed to do now was to cultivate anew, to find his own invincible strength. At this moment, Gu Fei stood on the peak of a huge mountain. Emocian, and Zhou Zairu stood beside him. What a dense amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi. Emocian, and Zhou Zairu sensed the spiritual qi in the surroundings. Their faces were filled with shock. The density of the spiritual qi here was definitely 10 times that of the supreme origin realm. The spiritual qi concentration on a random mountain was comparable to that of a spiritual land with a spiritual vein in the Taiyuan realm. In front of them was a boundless mountain range with lush trees. Some of the trees were so tall that they pierced through the sky, reaching hundreds of meters in height. Gu Fei didn't think much of it. Compared to the primogenitor realm, this was simply a remote and desolate place. But in the eyes of Emocian, and Zhou Zairu, this was a heaven for cultivators. At this moment, in the air above the mountain range, a gigantic bird flew by. That bird had a wingspan of over 10 meters, casting a huge shadow in the air. Suddenly, the gigantic bird retracted its wings and shot down from the sky like an arrow. Roar! A bestial roar rang out from the mountain range. After that, they saw the gigantic bird grabbing onto a beast that looked like a pangolin as it soared up into the sky, disappearing into the distance. And near the mountain peak Gu Fei was at, heavy footsteps could be heard. They could even feel the tremors beneath their feet. Emocian, and Zhou Zairu hurriedly turned their gazes in the direction of the sound, only to see a gigantic black silhouette disappearing into the distance. That is, Emocian, and Zhou Zairu were indescribably shocked. This was simply a world where savage beasts ran rampant. There's no need to be so nervous. That's just a gigantic ape. Gu Fei calmly spoke. Gigantic ape? Emocian, and Zhou Zairu exchanged glances, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. That was a behemoth comparable to a mountain. Don't make a fuss out of nothing. If you fellows were to encounter the primordial giant, wouldn't you be scared silly? Gu Fei said nonchalantly. Compared to those ancient giants who could pluck the stars and catch the moon, this giant ape was just a small shrimp. There are primeval giants here? Emocian said in shock. There's none here. The immortal martial realm is merely a mid-tier world. There shouldn't be any high-leveled life forms here. Gu Fei looked around. In the next moment, a powerful spiritual will spread out from his body. It could only cover a radius of 10 kilometers. It was incomparable to the Taiyuan realm, where one could cover 100,000 kilometers with a single thought. Gu Fei knew that this was because the laws of heaven and earth in the immortal martial realm were more complete and stronger compared to the grand origin realm. Even if it was him, it would be impossible for him to shatter the void here. Let's find a place to stay first. As Gu Fei spoke, he waved his sleeves and brought Emocian, and Zhou Zairu into the sky, flying into the distance. Very quickly, they found a valley where the spiritual qi was concentrated. However, just as they descended from the sky, an earth-shattering roar of a tiger suddenly rang out. After that, a ferocious tiger the size of a small mountain leapt out from the thicket. A violent aura emanated from the ferocious tiger. What? A ferocious tiger has a cultivation base at the deity realm? Emocian was dumbfounded. This was just a ferocious tiger, but this ferocious tiger was actually comparable to the strongest cultivators in the grand origin realm. Deity realm. Zhou Zairu couldn't help but be shocked when she heard this. At this moment, the ferocious tiger stared at Gu Fei and roared in a low voice. It seemed like it would pounce towards Gu Fei at any moment and swallow Gu Fei whole. Little fellow, be obedient and stand guard outside. No one is allowed to enter. Gu Fei spoke to the ferocious tiger. He was using his spiritual will to communicate with the ferocious tiger. This kind of communication broke through the limits of language. Roar. The ferocious tiger roared and lowered its body. In the next moment, the ferocious tiger leapt up from the ground and pounced towards Gu Fei. Humph. Gu Fei waved his sleeve and the ferocious tiger immediately flew to the side. Boom. It smashed into the thicket. Roar. The ferocious tiger roared and walked out of the thicket. Then, it obediently walked towards the entrance of the valley and laid down on a large rock. This ferocious tiger had already gained intelligence. It wasn't something an ordinary ferocious tiger could compare to. Emocien, and Zhou were shocked when they saw this. This ferocious tiger could easily eat them as food. However, in front of Gu Fei, it was even more obedient than a cat. These ferocious beasts in the mountain bullied the weak and feared the strong. When they met an existence that was stronger than them, they naturally had to be obedient. This valley was not bad. In the depths of the valley, there was a cave that could shelter them from the wind and rain. Moreover, this cave was very clean. It was obvious that this was the place where the ferocious tiger lived. After Gu Fei entered the cave, he jumped onto a large rock and sat down cross-legged. He breathed in the surrounding heaven and earth essence and started cultivating. Zhou and Emocien went out to gather a lot of firewood. They immediately started a fire in the cave. Emocien brought back a wild rabbit. After cleaning it, she placed the rabbit on top of the fire and roasted it. Very quickly, the cave was filled with the fragrance of meat. It didn't matter if Gu Fei ate or not. However, Emocien, and Zhou weren't immortals. They still needed to eat. After eating the roasted meat, Emocien, and Zhou also sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. The heaven and earth essence around them quickly gathered towards them. Rumble. The next morning, Emocien, body actually emitted the sound of wind and thunder. The demonic energy on her body was vast and mighty. Within the demonic energy, there were indistinct demonic dragons. Zhou was instantly startled. She stared at Emocien in shock. Who would have thought that her cultivation base would break through the moment she arrived in the immortal martial realm? A voice suddenly drifted over from the side. Master. Zhou turned her gaze in the direction of the voice. The person who spoke was none other than her master, Gu Fei. Given her talent, she might be able to defy the heavens in the supreme origin realm. But in the immortal martial realm, it's hard to say. Gu Fei stared at Emocien as he calmly spoke. Emocien was currently trying to break through to the saint realm. Once she succeeded, she would be one step closer to the immortal martial realm. About 4 hours later, a long roar rang out from the valley, soaring up into the clouds. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the entire valley was drawn over, frenziedly gathering towards the cave. Emocien's cultivation base had successfully broken through to the saint realm. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 4025. Emocien's cultivation had successfully broken through to the saint realm. She attracted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even the fierce tiger guarding the entrance of the valley was alarmed. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth crazily gathered towards Emocien's cave. This continued for a full hour. An hour later, Gu Fei, Emocien and Zhou walked out of the cave. At the same time, the fierce tiger also ran over. You guys ride this fierce tiger. Let's get out of here. Gu Fei said. Yes, master. Zhou nodded and leaped onto the tiger's back. Haha, I can't believe there will be a day when I can ride a divine realm beast. Emocien smiled and jumped onto the tiger's back. In the Taiyuan realm, divine realm ferocious beasts were the overlords of a region. Who dared to treat them as mounts? Only an immortal like Gu Fei could subdue this ferocious tiger and make it his mount. This ferocious tiger was as large as a small mountain. Even if more than a dozen people climbed on it, it would not feel crowded. Most importantly, this ferocious tiger's combat strength could not be underestimated. Gu Fei didn't get on the tiger's back because he could soar through the air. But in the immortal martial realm, Emocien, who was at the saint level, and Zhou who was at the Xiantian realm, still had no way to soar through the air. In the immortal martial realm, only those at the heavenly divinity realm and above would be able to fly in the air. Gu Fei and the others set off. Emocien, and Zhou rode the fierce tiger on the ground while Gu Fei flew in the sky and pointed the way for the fierce tiger. However, this mountain range was too big. Even with Gu Fei's cultivation, he couldn't see the end of it. However, heading towards the place where the sun rose was definitely the right choice. In any world, the place where the sun rose in the east was the place where the powerful clans resided. This was especially true for living beings who cultivated in the 5 elemental cultivation methods. Living in the East was definitely the first choice. Moreover, some races often use the sun as a totem. However, as Gu Fei and the others headed east, they didn't know how many miles they had traveled, but there were still dense forests and endless mountain ridges in front of them. This mountain range seemed to have no end. Along the way, they encountered many powerful beasts. Fortunately, most of these ferocious beasts were in the divine realm or sage realm. After these ferocious beasts sensed the aura of the tiger, they all retreated far away. They even encountered a ferocious beast of the immortal martial realm. However, this ferocious beast was beaten away by Gu Fei. Soon, it was dusk again. The blood-red sunset hung over the mountains in the west, giving off the last afterglow of the day. Gu Fei found a cave under a cliff. Zhou Zairu and Imo stayed in the cave. The fierce tiger continued to guard the cave entrance while Gu Fei soared into the sky to scout ahead. Not long after Gu Fei left, a group of black-clothed men silently appeared at the foot of the cliff. Roar! Xionghu, who was dozing off at the entrance of the cave, immediately stood up and roared at the black-clothed men. A violent aura spread out from Xionghu's body. "Who are you people?" Imo and Zhou Zairu heard the commotion and immediately rushed out of the cave. Our luck is not bad today. We actually met two beautiful girls. Among the black-clothed men, a pale-faced youth looked at Imo and Zhou Zairu in surprise. "Who are you people?" Imo coldly stared at the youth. "Me? Hehe, the person who will soon become your master." The black-clothed youth smiled evilly and looked at Imo His eyes were very evil, and he even licked his lips. Damn guy. Imo was the devil sex saintess of the supreme origin world. With one look, she could see that this guy was a complete hedonistic son of a rich family. "You are courting death." Zhou Zairu heard the black-clothed youth's words and became angry. "Audacious. You dare to be rude to my young master? Do you know who my young master is?" A fiendish man angrily said to Zhou Zairu and Imo "Oh, I am very curious. Who is your young master?" Imo suddenly smiled charmingly, and a soul-stirring charm emerged from her body. When the pale-faced black-clothed youth saw this, he couldn't control himself. It was as if his soul was about to be hooked away by Imo Listen carefully. My young master is the young city lord of East Peak City. His name is Lu Ruffin. The black-clothed man said proudly. "East Peak City? Lu Ruffin? Never heard of it." Imo said disdainfully. "What did you say?" When Lu Ruffing's subordinates heard this, they were all angry. Even Lu Ruffing himself showed a displeased expression. "Little ones, get rid of this little cat, and then invite these two ladies back to the mansion. I want to take good care of them," Lu Ruffing said as he retreated to the side. I will take good care of you now." Imo killing intent rose, and a layer of demonic energy appeared on her body. Her eyes gradually turned blood red. You're actually one of the demons. I actually misjudged you. I have never entertained demons before. This time, I have to take good care of them." When Lu Ruffing saw that Imo was actually a demon's, his eyes lit up. Clang! At this moment, a white light flashed and a tiger's head flew up. Then, a blood-stained long saber was placed on Imo neck. What? Imo shock was no small matter. At this moment, she finally saw who the person who made the move was. This person was actually a skinny, black-clothed old servant beside Lu Ruffing. God realm? Imo and Zhou Zairu couldn't believe it. From the moment this unremarkable old man took out his saber, to killing the tiger, to pointing the saber at Imo everything was done in an instant. He was extremely skilled. "Uncle Dao, be careful. Don't hurt them," Lu Ruffing said. Zhou Zairu couldn't help but be shocked. Imo was a God realm martial artist. She didn't even make a move and the saber was placed on her neck. This old man's cultivation was definitely terrifying. Zhou Zairu was only a Xiantian realm martial artist. She wasn't a match for these people. "Master, come back quickly." Zhou Zairu was anxious. "If you dare to touch us, you won't be able to live either." Imo stared at Lu Ruffing and said while gritting her teeth. Although the saber was placed on her neck, she was still calm without a trace of fear. You dare to threaten my young master? Lu Rufeng's subordinates were instantly enraged. Some of them even wanted to attack Emocien or Che. I am the young master of East Peak City, who in this 10,000 miles radius of East Peak City dares to provoke me, Lu Rufeng said arrogantly. East Peak City was a big city. There were many experts in the city, especially the young master. He was a powerful earth immortal. Really? Chapter 4026. East Peak City's young lord, right? Are you that awesome? Gu Fei walked out of the forest with his hands behind his back. Master! Gu Fei, save me. Zhou Ziru and Emocien were surprised and happy to see Gu Fei. Who is this guy? Kill him. Lu Rufeng didn't even look at Gu Fei and waved his hand impatiently. He didn't put Gu Fei in his eyes at all. Yes, young lord. The cyan-clothed servant beside Lu Rufeng stepped forward and pulled out a saber. With a flash of saber light, he slashed at Gu Fei's head. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and stretched out his right hand. The servant was dumbfounded. Gu Fei actually used his index and middle fingers to clamp the blade. What? The others were also shocked by this scene. How is this possible? This guy doesn't seem to have any cultivation. How can he catch a fast blade? Even Lu Rufeng was surprised. His servant was famous for his speed, and his cultivation was at the peak of the god realm. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? You want to play this trick with me? Lu Rufeng laughed. Roar! At this time, the servant's Yuan Qi surged, causing the surrounding sand and stones to fly. However, no matter how much Yuan Qi he used, it was useless. Gu Fei's fingers were stuck to the blade and couldn't move at all. I was worried about not being able to find a way out. Very good, Gu Fei said and exerted force with his right hand. The blade in the servant's hand broke into two, and the servant was sent flying. Swoosh! Gu Fei waved his hand and a cold light flashed. The arm of the old servant holding the knife on Emocien's neck fell to the ground. What? Everyone was inexplicably shocked. Who are you? I am the East Peak City's young lord. Lu Rufeng's complexion immediately became gloomy. Saber Uncle was his servant. He had been by his side ever since he could remember. Lu Rufeng and Uncle Saber had a very deep relationship, so when Gu Fei injured Uncle Saber, he was completely enraged. A powerful immortal aura erupted from his body, causing the people around him to stagger and stumble backwards. This guy is just a hedonistic young master. How is he so strong? Emocien was shocked. Half-step immortal god? Gu Fei shook his head. He really didn't have any impulse to make a move against such a little guy. You dare look down on me? Lu Rufeng was furious when he saw the disdain on Gu Fei's face. TSK, so what if I look down on you? Gu Fei waved his hand impatiently. Go to hell. Lu Rufeng roared and punched at Gu Fei. Roar. Yuan Qi surged, and a ferocious tiger shadow appeared in the void, pouncing at Gu Fei. A violent force spread out, uprooting the surrounding trees. Fist Force Transformation? Gu Fei didn't even put this martial Dao sacred art in his eyes. He directly slapped the ferocious tiger that was pouncing at him, causing it to collapse in the void. Pa! A resounding slap rang out as Gu Fei slapped Lu Rufeng to the side and sent him crashing into the forest. Roar! In the next moment, a powerful wave of Yuan Qi erupted from the forest. The surrounding trees instantly collapsed, and everything within a radius of 30 meters was shattered by the burst of Yuan Qi. Lu Rufeng's hair was disheveled as he pounced at Gu Fei like a madman. Rays of cold light rushed out from his body. Those were incomparably sharp light blades, and each light blade seemed to be able to cut the void. Child's play. Gu Fei stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the dozen light blades. Then, with a roundhouse kick, he sent Lu Rufeng flying. Gu Fei waved his right hand, and the dozen cold lights immediately shot out from his hand. In an instant, they pierced through the bodies of Lu Rufeng's servants. Blood splattered everywhere. Lu Rufeng's dozen or so attendants, along with Saber Uncle, all fell to the ground and lost their lives. Seeing this scene, Zhou and Emocian were shocked, especially Emocian. That saber uncle was able to subdue her in one move, and he had the cultivation of the God Realm. However, in front of Gu Fei, these God Realm and Sage Realm martial artists were not even comparable to ants. They could be killed with a wave of his hand. At this time, Gu Fei came in front of Lu Rufeng and looked down at the young lord of East Peak City. "Now, can we talk properly?" Gu Fei smiled, and his white teeth seemed to shine in the dark night. "You!" Lu Rufeng was shocked and angry, and he almost fainted. "All right, tell me about East Peak City," Gu Fei said impatiently. At this time, Lu Rufeng was extremely miserable. He only came to the East Peak mountain range to hunt and have fun. He didn't expect to become someone's prisoner. Lu Rufeng remained silent. "Don't test my patience. I don't mind crushing an ant to death," Gu Fei said indifferently, without a trace of emotion on his face. Hearing this, Lu Rufeng immediately panicked. This guy was decisive, and it was very likely that he would really kill him. Thinking of this, Lu Rufeng quickly told Gu Fei everything he wanted to know. He answered every question, not daring to hide anything. "I am a person who distinguishes kindness and grudges clearly. You can scram now," Gu Fei said impatiently with a wave of his hand. Lu Rufeng hurriedly dove into the forest, fleeing in a panic. "Why didn't you kill him? Aren't you afraid that he will return to East Peak City and ask his Earth Immortal father to kill you?" Emocian disapproved of Gu Fei's actions. The city lord of East Peak City was a powerful Earth Immortal. From Lu Rufeng's words, Gu Fei and the rest had a simple understanding of the Immortal Martial Realm. The cultivation realms of the Immortal Martial Realm could be divided into the Human Immortal, Earth Immortal, Heavenly Immortal, and Golden Immortal. And above the four realms, there was the Immortal King, Immortal Emperor, and Emperor Xian. Above Emperor Xian was the Flying Immortal Realm, the White Sun Flying Immortal, the Shattering Void. When one's cultivation reached the Flying Immortal Realm, it was time to leave this world. The place Gu Fei and the rest were at was called the East Peak Mountain Range. This mountain range had a radius of millions of miles, and even immortals and gods would get lost in it. The laws of heaven and earth in the Immortal Martial Realm were very strong. Even immortals and gods would be suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. It was very rare for a scene of destruction to appear in the Immortal Martial Realm. East Peak City was located in the east of the East Peak Mountain Range. The distance from where Gu Fei and the rest were was less than 10,000 miles. "Let's stay here for the night and head to East Peak City tomorrow morning," Gu Fei pondered for a moment before replying. "But these corpses," Emocian glanced at the corpses on the ground and couldn't help but frown. Gu Fei stomped the ground with his right foot. Pong! The ground trembled, and in the next instant, the corpses on the ground flew up. Following that, Gu Fei waved his sleeves, and a raging wind suddenly appeared, sweeping the corpses away. Chapter 4027. The East Peak City was indeed the largest city in the Eastern Peak region. The pitch-black city walls were over 100 feet tall. Even the strongest savage beasts in the Eastern Peak mountain range wouldn't be able to break through the city walls. Here, there weren't only humans. There were also other races, such as the winged race with wings on their backs, the heavenly tiger race with tiger heads and human bodies, and the barbarian bull race with ox heads and human bodies. There was also the fox race that was said to be able to bewitch all living things under the heavens. In the Immortal Martial Realm, 100 races contended for supremacy. In some regions, humans weren't the rulers, but generally speaking, they were the rulers of the Immortal Martial Realm. The Eastern Peak mountain range was extremely vast, but the East Peak City's sphere of influence was only limited to a radius of 10,000 miles. The ruler of this ancient city was the Lu clan of the human race. Early in the morning, the gates of the East Peak City slowly opened. At this moment, 3 silhouettes walked over from afar. They were none other than Gu Fei, Emocian and Zhou. What a huge city! When Emocian and Zhou arrived at the gates of the East Peak City, their countenances couldn't help but change. Even the capital of the Eastern Martial Dynasty in the Supreme Origin Realm wasn't even 1/10 the size of this city. Such a huge city naturally had countless living beings living in it. Gu Fei naturally didn't say anything. He had seen many cities bigger than this. In the primogenitor realm, any random city was much bigger than this. Let's enter. Gu Fei flicked his sleeves as he led the way. Stop right there. Yes, I'm talking to you. Just as Gu Fei was about to enter the city, a middle-aged man clad in battle armor jumped out and blocked his path. Gu Fei stared at the man who blocked his path with a puzzled expression. The middle-aged man directly stretched his hand out in front of Gu Fei. What's going on? Gu Fei stared at the middle-aged man in bewilderment. Are you from outside the city? The entrance fee is 1 spirit stone. The middle-aged man glanced at Gu Fei from head to toe as he spoke impatiently. Entrance fee? Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Just then, a green light shot over from afar and landed outside the city gates. When the green light dissipated, a young man in green robes appeared before everyone's eyes. The young man directly walked past Gu Fei and into the city. The soldiers didn't dare to stop him at all. Then how did he get in? He didn't pay the spirit stones. Gu Fei said, Haha, you actually dare to compare yourself to a disciple of the Eastern Mountain Sword Sect? What a joke. When the middle-aged soldier heard this, he laughed loudly. The other soldiers guarding the gate also laughed loudly. Little brother, the Eastern Mountain Sword Sect is the strongest sect in the Eastern Mountain Territory. Their disciples don't have to pay any fees to enter and exit Eastern Mountain City. An old man beside Gu Fei whispered to Gu Fei. I see. Gu Fei understood. What are you dilly-dallying for? Give me the entrance fee, the middle-aged soldier said impatiently. It's for 3 people. Gu Fei took out 3 spirit stones from his sleeves and gave them to the soldier. The soldier took the spirit stones and saw that each of them was the size of a fist and had a crystal-clear luster. It was obvious that they were of high quality. The middle-aged soldier's eyes turned red when he saw the 3 spirit stones. Top-grade spirit stones? The middle-aged soldier's hand trembled as he held the spirit stones. Can we go in now? Gu Fei said impatiently. Yes, please come in, the middle-aged soldier hurriedly replied. As he spoke, he skillfully placed the 3 spirit stones into his bag. He felt very pleased with himself. 3 top-grade spirit stones were enough for him to break through to the God realm. Gu Fei ignored the middle-aged soldier and brought Zhou Zairu and Mo Xian into the city. The streets were crowded with people and carriages. It was very lively. Both sides of the street were filled with shops. Whether it was spiritual herbs, weapons, or even cultivation techniques, they had everything. Where are we going now? Mo Xian asked. Where do you want to go? Gu Fei asked. Mo Xian didn't say anything. Just as they were walking on the street, the crowd in front of them suddenly cried out in alarm. There was a commotion, and then they saw a person riding a horse directly charging over. It wasn't an ordinary horse but a unicorn. It had a pair of wings on its back and could soar in the sky. Get lost, get lost. The person riding on the unicorn did not slow down at all. Instead, he charged straight at Gu Fei and the others. Just as the unicorn was about to collide with them, Gu Fei suddenly stretched out his right hand and pressed on the unicorn's back. The unicorn was immediately stopped and couldn't move forward. In the next moment, the man on the unicorn pounced forward. He somersaulted in the air and stood firmly on the ground. How dare you? Do you know what you are doing? That person was a black-clothed youth. This black-clothed youth had an overbearing aura as he pointed at Gu Fei and scolded. Noisy! With a wave of his left hand, Gu Fei sent the conceited fellow flying with a pa sound. What? He dared to hit the second son of the city lord? The surrounding people were all stunned when they saw this. The city lord of East Peak City was an earth immortal. Gu Fei had hit the second son of the city lord, Lu Yingtian. This was unbelievable. You dare hit me? Lu Yingtian touched his swollen face and stared at Gu Fei fiercely. So what if I hit you? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Damn it, just you wait. Lu Yingtian turned and ran towards the city lord's mansion. What a beautiful unicorn. Zhou Zairu and Mo Xian's eyes lit up when they saw the unicorn. It's yours. Gu Fei said to Zhou Zairu. Thank you, master. Zhou Zairu said happily. Gu Fei, when will you get me a cool mount? Mo Xian looked at the unicorn enviously. Just wait. Your mount will be here soon. Gu Fei looked in the direction of the city lord's mansion and said indifferently, Young man, hurry up and run. An old martial artist reminded Gu Fei. What? Gu Fei was confused. Do you know who you just hit? The old man said. Who? Zhou Zairu asked curiously. That's the devil incarnate of East Peak City. The old man was afraid. Without saying anything more, he turned and left. TSK, devil incarnate? He's just a coward, that's all. Mo Xian said disdainfully. At this time, there were fewer people on the street. Many people hid in their houses, and the street suddenly became deserted. Seems like that guy has done a lot of bad things. Zhou Zairu glanced around and said, So many people were afraid of that guy just now. He must be used to acting like a tyrant here. Just then, a thunderous sound came from the other side of the street, shaking the ground. Chapter 4028. Gu Fei actually dared to beat up the second son of the city lord of East Peak City. This caused everyone in the surroundings to be indescribably shocked. This fellow was awesome. He actually dared to beat up that devil incarnate. Very quickly, the people on the streets all left. Some were packing up their stalls, some were closing their shops, and some were closing their shops. All of them hid in their houses and peeked out from their windows. These fellows sure ran fast. Zhou Zairu couldn't help but furrow her brows when she saw this scene. These people must have been bullied by that devil incarnate. They must be scared of him. Mo Xian indifferently commented. From this, one could see that Lu Yingtian was truly a good person in East Peak City. At this moment, a dull sound of impact rang out from the other end of the street. Gu Fei could even feel the tremors coming from the ground. Then, they saw a group of soldiers dressed in bronze armor and riding on beasts charging towards them. The person in the lead was a middle-aged general. A powerful immortal aura gushed forth from him. Immortal general? Gu Fei rubbed his chin, feeling somewhat interesting. This immortal martial realm didn't seem to be as weak as he had imagined. Immortal divinity? Upon seeing this general, Mo Xian's countenance drastically changed. Her cultivation base had already broken through to the saint realm. The pressure emanating from this general was almost unbearable. And Zhou Zairu was only at the Xiantian realm. In front of an immortal, if it wasn't for Gu Fei's protection, just a strand of his aura would be enough to shatter her soul. Naturally, the pressure of an immortal could be controlled by the user. Only those targeted by them would be able to feel it. If the pressure of an immortal couldn't be controlled by the user, wouldn't that mean that many people would die? One must know that even godly realm cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of an immortal, let alone ordinary cultivators. At this moment, the middle-aged general had already brought a group of soldiers and stopped in front of Gu Fei. Beside the middle-aged general, the silk pants Lu Yingtian followed. Uncle Zhong. He was the one who beat me up. Lu Yingtian gritted his teeth and pointed at Gu Fei. The middle-aged general, Zhong Zhenyue, was an early-stage immortal god. He was one of the valiant generals under the East Peak City's castellan, and he cultivated the Tao of killing. He had once sliced through the ancestral mountain of the demons with a single slash, driving the demons out of the East Peak mountain range. This was a slaughter immortal who achieved Tao through killing. A hint of impatience flashed across Zhong Zhenyue's face. If this guy was not the second son of the city governor, he would not bother to stand up for this ignorant and incompetent guy. Did you hit him? Zhong Zhenyue looked indifferently at Gu Fei and said, So what if I hit him? Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said with a faint smile, If you hit him with that hand, then just chop off that hand and let this matter rest. Zhong Zhenyue said, Humph, you want to protect this guy? When Mo Xian heard this, she was instantly unhappy. Presumptuous. It's not the place for a puny Saint Realm warrior to speak. A young general next to Zhong Zhenyue stared at Mo Xian and shouted, Do you think you have the right to speak? Gu Fei's expression turned even colder as he looked at the young general. This guy was arrogant, but he was only at the immortal realm. He was not even a half-step immortal. His cultivation was only one realm higher than Mo Xian's. Humph. Chop off one of your arms and get lost. Zhong Zhenyue was getting impatient. In his eyes, Gu Fei was too young to be an immortal. However, since he was able to defeat Lu Yingtian, he might be at the immortal realm. In Zhong Zhenyue's eyes, an immortal realm warrior was just an ant. You're asking me to get lost? Gu Fei looked at Zhong Zhenyue with a faint smile. Uncle Zhong, why are you wasting time talking to this guy? Just kill him. Lu Yingtian stared at Gu Fei and said with a hideous smile. Soon, his eyes fell on Emo Xian, and Zhou Zairu. This guy was lustful and had his eyes on Emo Xian, and Zhou Zairu. He was waiting for Zhong Zhenyue to kill Gu Fei so that he could take the sisters back to his residence and do whatever he wanted. Lu Yingtian was getting impatient. Sigh, I didn't want to kill you, but it seems like you're the one who asked for it. Gu Fei suddenly shook his head and sighed. Haha, what did you say? You want to kill me? Do you know who my father is? My father is the governor of East Peak City, Lu Wudi. Lu Yingtian said with a maniacal smile. Die. Gu Fei was too lazy to talk to this guy. He focused his eyes, and an invisible divine will turned into an invisible god slaying force and slashed at Lu Yingtian. How dare you? Zhong Zhenyue's expression changed. He stretched out his hand, intending to block Gu Fei's attack. However, the god's slaying power formed by his divine consciousness bypassed his palm and struck the good-for-nothing Lu Yingtian in an instant. Lu Yingtian's laughter stopped abruptly. Then, a look of disbelief, despair, and unwillingness appeared on his face. Then, Lu Yingtian fell from the back of the battle beast in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Zhong Zhenyue was shocked and angry. This guy dared to kill someone in front of him, and the person he killed was the son of the governor of East Peak City, Lu Wudi. The people on both sides of the street who were hiding in their houses were also dumbfounded. This young man in black was really powerful. He really dared to kill the devil incarnate of East Peak City. Gu Fei was going to fight to the death with the East Peak City's castellan. Die. Zhong Zhenyue did not waste any time. He directly punched at Gu Fei. Rumble. Zhong Zhenyue's punch directly shook the void. However, what happened next made even Zhong Zhenyue dumbfounded. He saw Gu Fei's right index finger stop Zhong Zhenyue's fist. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. They could not believe it. As soon as Gu Fei's finger shook, Zhong Zhenyue immediately felt an irresistible force erupting from his finger. He was immediately sent flying backward and smashed into the crowd of battle soldiers behind him. The wild beasts roared, screamed, and screamed on the street. It was a complete mess. The finger flicking a mortal god. It was unimaginable. Roar. With a roar, Zhong Zhenyue soared into the sky. The next moment, a huge hand came down from the sky and directly slapped at Gu Fei and the others. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He pushed his feet against the ground and directly jumped up. He directly crashed through the huge hand coming down from the sky and came in front of Zhong Zhenyue. Zhong Zhenyue was extremely shocked. This guy actually dared to play the pig to eat the tiger in front of him. This was too despicable. You what? Didn't you want to kill me? I'll stand here and let you kill me. Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, indifferently looking at Zhong Zhenyue. Who the hell are you? Zhong Zhenyue was both shocked and angered. How could such a young, immortal god be possible? He had cultivated for over 1,000 years before becoming an immortal god. Could it be that this guy was the successor of a supreme sect from the Central Immortal Realm? The Central Immortal Realm was the core region of the Immortal Martial Realm. It was the true divine land. It was controlled by the supreme sects, and ordinary immortals couldn't enter it. You are not qualified to know who I am, Gu Fei said with a smile. What did you say? Zhong Zhenyue was even more furious. However, he didn't dare to act recklessly. His opponent's cultivation was probably higher than his. It would be very dangerous for him to act rashly. Since you don't want to fight, get lost, Gu Fei said impatiently, waving his hand. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. Zhong Zhenyue was completely enraged. He was a combat immortal who had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even when facing the powerful figures of the demons, he had never retreated. He made a grabbing motion in the air with his right hand, and a battle spear immediately appeared in his hand. Die. Zhong Zhenyue shook the spear in his hand. In the next moment, the spear turned into a shadow and pierced toward Gu Fei, directly breaking the void. The immortal god force was so vast that it seemed as if the entire heaven and earth were about to explode from the immortal force. All the creatures in East Peak City were terrified. What is Zhong Jinyue doing? Almost at the moment when Zhong Jinyue made his move, 5 tyrannical divine senses suddenly rushed out from several places in East Peak City. These people were all immortal gods. Gu Fei didn't expect there to be so many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in East Peak City. This surprised Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and used his index and middle fingers to clamp the tip of the spear. Zhong Jinyue was completely dumbfounded. This guy actually used 2 fingers to clamp my spear? Is this guy an earth immortal? Or is he a celestial immortal who is stronger than an earth immortal? Such a young immortal Dao powerhouse was simply too frightening. Crack! Gu Fei exerted force with his right index and middle fingers. Then, the tip of the spear broke. Then, Gu Fei reached out and flicked the tip of the spear. The entire spear exploded, and Zhong Jinyue was directly sent flying. What? On the ground, the soldiers that Zhong Jinyue brought with him were already stunned by the scene in front of them. This was too unbelievable. The invincible celestial general in their eyes had been completely defeated. Why didn't you kill me? Zhong Jinyue flew back. His hands were covered in blood. He had been injured by the explosion. His immortal god blood kept dripping from his hands. I don't need a reason to kill you, Gu Fei said calmly. Zhong Jinyue realized that this guy didn't take him seriously at all. Sigh. Zhong Jinyue let out a long sigh. It was as if he had suddenly aged hundreds or thousands of years. He turned around and left East Peak City instead of returning to the city lord's mansion. Great General, the soldiers that Zhong Jinyue brought with him were shocked. Did their celestial general just leave like that? Zhong Jinyue was defeated. Who is this guy? The immortal celestial realm experts in the city were shocked. Although Zhong Jinyue was not the most powerful immortal in East Peak City, his combat strength was not weak either. The black-robed young man must be incredible to be able to defeat him. Chapter 4029. Gu Fei killed Lu Yingtian and defeated Zhong Jinyue. Countless cultivators in East Peak City were shocked to the extreme. The entire city was in an uproar as the news circulated. Where did this expert come from? He actually dared to kill the second son of the city lord in East Peak City. Does he want to fight to the death with the city lord? As the saying goes, ferocious dragons don't cross the river. There's going to be a good show to watch this time. All the cultivators in the city were discussing this matter. On the contrary, the city lord manor was very quiet. They didn't send any more people to cause trouble for Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't care so much. He directly chose to stay in the best place in East Peak City, the East Manor Immortal Lodge. It was an immortal lodge formed by a large number of independent courtyards. To stay in one of the courtyards here, one would need to pay a high-grade immortal crystal a day. To ordinary cultivators, this was absolutely impossible to bear. This place only hosted the successors and disciples of the major clans and sections. East Peak City was located at the entrance of the Eastern Peak Mountain Range. Those who wished to enter the Eastern Peak Mountain Range would have to pass through this ancient city. In the entire eastern region of the immortal martial realm, there were many major sects and clans. The successors and disciples of the major sects all treated the Eastern Peak Mountain Range as a training ground and a hunting ground. Every year, there would be many people entering the Eastern Peak Mountain Range. Regardless of whether it was for hunting or training, East Peak City was always packed with people. At this time, the disciples of the major sects and clans were undergoing their training. There was a continuous stream of people rushing to East Peak City. Occasionally, bright streaks of light could be seen flying over from afar, landing in East Peak City. There were also experts riding on mounts, directly entering the city through the city gates. There were also several godchildren from the major sects who were escorted by countless people, incomparably imposing as they descended upon East Peak City. Master, what immortal beasts are those? Their entire bodies are covered in flames. It's too magical. Zhou Zairu curiously asked as she stared at the 9 primordial beasts shrouded in divine flames. These 9 primordial beasts were pulling an incomparably extravagant carriage. Within the carriage, a lady dressed in pink could be seen. The carriage pulled by the 9 wild beasts landed directly on the square in front of the city lord's mansion. Then, a group of people came to greet them. They were the higher-ups of the Lu family. Those are Firethorn Savage, not immortal beasts. In the courtyard, Gu Fei glanced at the direction where the 9 Firethorn Savage landed and said, I also thought they were immortal beasts. The aura from those savage beasts is much stronger than that of a God Realm martial artist. Xian said in surprise. Someone actually used such a powerful beast to pull the carriage. This kind of method was simply unimaginable in the Tai Yuan realm. Immortal beasts can compete with immortals. How could they be subdued so easily? Gu Fei said indifferently. Immortal beasts possessed incomparably powerful fleshly bodies and possessed innate advantages that humans didn't have. To a certain extent, immortal beasts were much stronger than immortals of the same level. Only the sect masters of the great sects and clans could tame immortal beasts and use them as mounts. For ordinary immortals, it was already very good if they could tame a God Realm spirit beast. Master, look, it's a divine dragon. At this moment, Zhou Zairu cried out in surprise again. Gu Fei followed her gaze and saw a dragon-shaped creature rushing towards East Peak City from afar. The creature was hundreds of feet long, and it was brandishing its claws and fangs like a real dragon. On the huge head of the dragon-shaped creature stood a black-clothed young man with his hands clasped behind his back. Riding on a divine dragon. Who was this guy? The black-clothed young man didn't emit any powerful aura. He seemed like an ordinary person. However, an ordinary person would never be able to ride on a divine dragon. That's not a divine dragon. It's not even a dragon. It's just an old flood dragon of the immortal realm. Gu Fei only took a glance at the dragon-shaped creature, and he was able to see through its true form. Flood dragon? That's still a dragon. Zhou Zairu said. You can't confuse a flood dragon with a dragon. A dragon can fly to the 9 heavens, while a flood dragon can only cultivate in the great rivers. Compared to a dragon, one is in the sky, while the other is on the ground. There's no comparison at all. Gu Fei explained. I see. Zhou Zairu stuck out her tongue after hearing that. A flood dragon that can ride on the immortal realm. Doesn't that mean that person has at least the cultivation of an earth immortal? Xian looked at the man and the flood dragon flying across the sky in shock. Gu Fei didn't say anything. The black-clothed young man riding on the flood dragon was a true earth immortal. Why did so many experts suddenly come to East Peak City? Gu Fei and the others didn't know what was going on. At that moment, a roar came from the courtyard behind the city lord's mansion. How dare they kill my son? If I don't kill them, my surname isn't Liu. A white-clothed middle-aged man said through clenched teeth. Father, we need to think about this carefully. A young man said through clenched teeth. This young man was Liu Rufeng, who had just returned from East Peak Mountain Range. He had just returned when he heard that his younger brother was dead. The murderer was a young man named Gu Fei. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded Liu Rufeng's expectations. He didn't expect that Gu Fei would dare to act so presumptuously in East Peak City and even defeat Zhong Zhenyue. Zhong Zhenyue was a killing immortal. Take my visiting card and go to the Black Demon Mountain, the East Peak City Lord said coldly. With a flip of his right hand, a visiting card appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Liu Rufeng. Father, are you going to ask the Black Demon sect to take action? Liu Rufeng's expression changed. If the Black Demon sect's patriarch is willing to take action personally, this Gu Fei guy will definitely die. The East Peak City Lord said with an ominous glint in his eyes. Yes, father. I'll go now. Liu Rufeng quickly stood up and walked out. Gu Fei didn't know that danger was approaching. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't be afraid of human immortals and earth immortals. Even if a celestial immortal came, Gu Fei was confident that he could put up a fight. At this time, dusk was approaching. An attendant of the East residence came and handed an invitation to Gu Fei. It was an invitation to an auction. One invitation could bring 2 people to the auction. Gu Fei didn't want to participate in the auction, but Zhou Zairu and Xian kept pestering Gu Fei. They wanted Gu Fei to bring them to experience it. Therefore, Gu Fei could only agree to bring them. The auction was held in the East Residence's auction house. Every year, the East Residence would hold 1 or 2 auctions so that immortals from all over the world could have a chance to interact. The auction house had nearly 1,000 seats, and there were also VIP rooms. The identities of the people in the VIP rooms were absolutely confidential. No one dared to leak it. Gu Fei and the others didn't have a VIP room, so they could only sit in the ordinary seats. When the auction was about to start, the auction house was almost full. Even the dozens of VIP rooms were all reserved by the VIPs. The auction began. Under the staff's introduction, a short sword was brought on stage and displayed for everyone to see. A short sword is being auctioned? Zhou Ziru and Emocian were very disdainful. 2 big sisters, that's not an ordinary sword. It's said that it was once a divine weapon refined by a celestial immortal. Although it's broken, it's still a rare immortal treasure. Chapter 40-30. At the auction held by the East Mansion, the first item to be auctioned was actually a short sword, and it was a short sword that was broken into 2 pieces. This surprised Zhou Ziru and Emocian. A rich young man beside them told them about the origin of the broken sword. It turned out that this sword was forged by a sky immortal. No one knew why it was broken. The person who obtained the sword thought it was an ordinary immortal weapon, so he put it up for auction. However, this young man had obtained inside information. A broken immortal sword, suspected to be the sword of an earth immortal. The starting price is 1,000 high-grade immortal crystals. Every bid will increase the price by 100 high-grade immortal crystals. The host's voice spread throughout the entire auction hall. 1,100. Someone called out the price. 1,200. 1,300. The price of the broken sword kept rising. 2,000. Someone shouted. With that, everyone hesitated. It was just a broken sword. 2,000 high-grade immortal crystals was more than enough to purchase a complete immortal weapon. Is there a higher bid? The host glanced at the crowd. If no one else bids, this broken sword will belong to that immortal friend, the host continued. 2,100. At this moment, the rich young man beside Zhou Ziru and Emocian raised the fan in his hand and said proudly, "Which prodigal son is using 2,000 high-grade immortal crystals to sell a broken sword?" Many people looked at him. It seems to be He Fei from the He clan. Someone recognized the rich young man. No one else called out the price. The rich young man successfully got the broken sword. An immortal weapon forged by a sky immortal, even if it was broken, would still have immortal runes left on it. Those immortal runes alone were worth more than 2,100 high-grade immortal crystals. Soon, someone from the auction hall sent the broken sword to He Fei. This is a sky immortal sword? Zhou Ziru looked at the broken sword curiously. There was still a trace of immortal aura left on the broken sword. The immortal patterns inside had almost all dissipated, but they had not completely dissipated. If immortal true essence was poured into the broken sword, this broken sword could still unleash an immortal ranked attack. Even Emocian couldn't help but look at the broken sword. "Do you want to see? Why don't we find a place to talk after the auction?" He Fei said as he carefully put away the broken sword. This, Zhou Ziru glanced at Gu Fei. It's just a broken heavenly immortal sword. Only some fools would treat trash like a treasure, Gu Fei said coolly. Fellow Taoist, what are you talking about? How rare are sky immortal swords? There aren't many of them in the entire East Peak domain, and most of them are incomplete. They aren't perfect sky immortal swords. When He Fei heard Gu Fei's words, he was immediately unhappy. Is that so? With a flip of Gu Fei's right hand, a sword immediately appeared in his hand. A powerful and sharp immortal sword chi immediately radiated from the sword. This is... He Fei's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. I don't have a heaven immortal sword, but I do have a golden immortal sword. Take it and play with it. Gu Fei handed the immortal sword to Zhou Ziru. A golden immortal sword? This is a perfect golden immortal sword? How is this possible? The hedonistic young master of the He clan was scared silly. The moment the golden immortal sword appeared, the entire place was shaken. Everyone's eyes fell on the immortal sword in Gu Fei's hand. The sword was not unsheathed, but everyone could feel the terrifying sword energy wave spreading out from the scabbard. It could shake the souls of immortals and gods even before it was unsheathed. What would happen if it was unsheathed? Thank you, Master. Zhou Zairu happily put away the golden immortal sword. This, he's your master? He Fei was stunned again. He actually has a golden immortal sword. Where did this guy come from? Lu Rufeng, who was sitting in a VIP room, was sweating profusely. After delivering his father's invitation to the Black Demon sect, he immediately rushed back to East Peak City to participate in the auction. He was the son of the City Lord Mansion, so it was easy for him to get a VIP invitation to the auction. At this time, he was a little restless. Could this Gu Fei be the descendant of one of the super sects in the Central Immortal Domain? Or is he a disciple of an immortal family in the Central Immortal Domain? Lu Rufeng felt very uneasy. If he provoked such an existence, let alone the Black Demon sect, even the Lu clan of East Peak would be in danger of extinction. No, I want father to stop all actions and wait and see. Lu Rufeng directly left the auction house and rushed to the City Lord Mansion. The auction was interrupted by the little episode of Gu Fei, and then continued. All the following auction items could not enter Gu Fei's eyes. When the last item was brought up, his eyes immediately lit up. It was a huge ball with a diameter of 20 feet. It needed 20 divine realm martial artists to carry it. What is this? Someone asked directly. We don't know what it is either. We only know that this ball is extremely hard. Even an immortal weapon refined by an earth immortal cannot damage it. There seems to be a powerful spiritual energy inside the ball. The host explained. Could it be extraterrestrial divine iron? Someone said. Extraterrestrial divine iron was a material used to forge immortal weapons. If this ball was extraterrestrial divine iron, it would be a rare treasure. The starting price is 10,000 high-grade immortal crystals. Each bid will increase by 1,000 immortal crystals. The host said 20,000. Someone directly doubled the price, 30,000. An old man in embroidered robes with a ruddy face directly added 10,000. 40,000. Fatty Pang, don't compete with me this time. An old Taoist with a sage-like appearance said to the old man in embroidered robes, Qingfeng, I'm going to compete with you. So what? 50,000. The old man in embroidered robes shouted again. At this time, the surrounding people were dumbfounded. These two guys are increasing the price by 10,000. It seems that the high-grade immortal crystals are falling from the sky. That's high-grade immortal crystals. A middle-grade immortal crystal mine can only dig out 10,000 caddies of high-grade immortal crystals in a year. Soon, these two guys shouted a sky-high price of 100,000 immortal crystals. 110,000. The people in the VIP room began to bid. When the people in the VIP room began to bid, neither Fatty Pang nor Qingfeng dared to bid. One should know that those who could enter the VIP room were all big shots with powerful backgrounds. Not everyone dared to provoke these people. For a moment, the whole place was silent. Just when everyone thought that no one would bid, Gu Fei suddenly raised his hand and said, 200,000. What? Chapter 4031. The auction hall of the East Manor Immortal Residence was completely silent. Everyone was staring at Gu Fei, and they were all dumbfounded. Where did this prodigal son come from? He actually wanted to use 200,000 caddies of high-grade immortal crystals to buy a ball of unknown origin. This ball was very mysterious. Even the appraisers of the East Mansion Immortal Residence couldn't tell what it was. The ball was very big and very hard. Someone once used an immortal artifact to attack it, but couldn't even break a piece of its skin. Was it immortal iron? Didn't seem like it. It looked like an extraterrestrial divine iron, but that was all. Extraterrestrial divine iron was extremely rare. Even the old appraisers couldn't tell. However, one thing was certain. This was a spiritual item with spirituality, and it contained spiritual energy. But using 200,000 kilograms of high-grade immortal crystals to buy a spiritual item was definitely the behavior of an idiot. Even if one was rich, one shouldn't squander like this. This guy's brain must have been struck by lightning, 200,000 kilograms of high-grade immortal crystals. If it's for me, It's enough for me to cultivate to the earth immortal realm. This is probably because he has too many immortal crystals. Many people were mocking him. In their eyes, Gu Fei was an idiot and a prodigal. However, some people were deep in thought. One must know that 200,000 kilograms of high-grade immortal crystals wasn't something ordinary people could take out. Even a large immortal crystal mine wouldn't be able to dig out 200,000 kilograms of high-grade immortal crystals in 10 years. Once Gu Fei made his bid, everyone who was interested in the mysterious ball was terrified. Without any suspense, the mysterious ball was going to be Gu Fei's. However, the prerequisite was that he could pay 200,000 kilograms of high-grade immortal crystals. Dao friend Gu, if you can't take out 200,000 kilograms of high-grade immortal crystals, then you'll be in trouble, He Fei from the He clan said with a fake smile. Buffed. We can even take out golden immortal swords, let alone 200,000 kilograms of high-grade immortal crystals. Emotion glanced at He Fei in disdain. He Fei's expression changed when he heard that, then he laughed and said, "That's for the best." At this time, the auction had ended, but no one had left. Many people were watching the show. Gu Fei was someone who dared to kill the second son of East Peak City's castellan. Moreover, 200,000 caddies of high-grade immortal crystals was not a small amount. With so many high-grade immortal crystals, it could be described as a mountain. Many people were waiting to see Gu Fei make a fool of himself. Soon, the auctioneer arrived before Gu Fei. "Fellow Taoist Gu, please pay 200,000 caddies of high-grade immortal crystals. Of course, you can also pay with items of equal value," the black-robed old man said politely. When it came to a big customer like Gu Fei, they naturally had to serve him with great care and humility. "I don't have 200,000 high-grade immortal crystals," Gu Fei pondered for a moment and said, "What?" As soon as Gu Fei said this, the scene immediately burst into an uproar. "Haha, fellow Taoist Gu, your joke is a bit too much. You dare to bid without immortal crystals?" He Fei laughed. He was the happiest one. Who asked Gu Fei to embarrass him just now? "Fellow Taoist Gu, you." The auctioneer's expression changed. "I thought this kid was from some big family. Turns out he's just a useless hedonistic son who likes to show off. If you don't have immortal crystals, then shut up. Do you think it's fun to bid like others?" A wave of sarcasm and ridicule was directed towards Gu Fei. "You bastards." Zhou Ziru and Emotion were furious. Gu Fei was still calm. "Fellow Taoist Gu, since you've bid for the item, then you should pay. Is that right?" The auctioneer said coldly. His attitude changed drastically. "Yes, that's right." Gu Fei nodded calmly. "Sigh, I really admire this fella. Even at this moment, he's still so calm." Someone sighed. "Then fellow Taoist, come with me," the auctioneer said disdainfully. Those who dared to cause trouble at the East Prefecture Immortal Residences auction never had a good ending. "Master," Zhou Ziru was a little anxious. Only Emotion was still calm. "I said I don't have high-grade immortal crystals, but I didn't say that I won't pay," Gu Fei said indifferently. He had already seen through these people's faces. These fellas were all people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. "Oh!" The auctioneer was startled when he heard this. The surrounding people were also stunned. From the beginning to the end, Gu Fei really did not say that he would not pay the bill. "Please calculate how many supreme-grade immortal crystals are equivalent to 200,000 gene of high-grade immortal crystals." Gu Fei looked at the old man in front of him and said. The auctioneer was a worldly immortal, an expert in the great perfection realm. He was much stronger than Zhong Zhenyue. However, this fellow was just an ant in front of him. The auctioneer's expression changed several times before he said, 10 gene of supreme-grade immortal crystals is equivalent to 200,000 gene of high-grade immortal crystals. Only 10 gene, Gu Fei said disapprovingly. However, Gu Fei's words made the surrounding people confused. Supreme-grade immortal crystals were enough for a godly state martial artist to break through to the worldly immortal realm. 10 supreme-grade immortal crystals were enough for a person to cultivate to the earthly immortal realm. Moreover, supreme-grade immortal crystals were extremely rare. Even if a large immortal crystal mine was completely mined, there wouldn't even be 100 gene of supreme-grade immortal crystals. Gu Fei directly took out 5 gene of supreme-grade immortal crystals and threw them to the old man. He then waved his hand, and the mysterious ball flew towards him. As the mysterious ball flew towards Gu Fei, it rapidly shrank. When it landed on Gu Fei's hand, it became the size of a fist. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. What's going on? This thing can change? Someone exclaimed. A bunch of blind fools, Gu Fei said disdainfully. Then, he tightened his grip on the ball. Gotcha! Cracks appeared on the ball. Then, beams of dazzling divine light shone through the cracks on the ball, and an extremely powerful dragon chi filled every inch of the void in an instant. The mysterious ball turned out to be a divine pearl. The powerful dragon chi turned into small dragons that circled around the pearl in Gu Fei's hand. A dragon pearl? Everyone's eyeballs almost fell to the ground when they saw this. No one expected this mysterious ball to be a dragon pearl. Moreover, the dragon chi emitted from the dragon pearl was extremely pure. It was definitely not something that mixed dragons could compare to. Chapter 4032. The mysterious ball that Gu Fei bid for was actually a dragon pearl. This caused all those who mocked him to shut their mouths. Their expressions were incomparably fascinating, especially the person in charge of the auction. He almost coughed out blood. He actually couldn't see through the legendary dragon pearl in front of him. Someone used a secret art to seal this dragon pearl. Even heavenly immortals or golden immortals wouldn't be able to see through it. Only Gu Fei would be able to see through it with a single glance. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. That old man had an incomparably bitter expression on his face. After that, he bid farewell to Gu Fei and directly entered the backstage area. The others who mocked and ridiculed Gu Fei quietly left. Master, is this the dragon pearl? Zhou Zairu curiously asked as she stared at the dragon pearl in Gu Fei's hand. Meichim, this is a dragon pearl left behind by a true dragon from the 9 heavens. Gu Fei smiled. A true dragon from the 9 heavens was a true dragon race, incomparably powerful. An adult true dragon could contend against immortals and gods. A true dragon from the 9 heavens? Zhou Zairu and Emocian were incomparably shocked. The supreme origin realm they were in didn't even have true dragons. But in this immortal martial realm, there might be terrifying existences that could destroy the heavens and earth. Let's leave too, Gu Fei said as he kept the dragon pearl in his hand. He brought Zhou Zairu and Emocian away from the auction house. Just as they were about to leave the auction house, they were blocked by 3 people. Hand over the dragon pearl and scram. The young man in the lead coldly spoke to Gu Fei. You guys are courting death. Emocian raged. We are indeed courting death. But the problem is, can you guys kill us? Haha. The young man in the lead sneered. Then you can go to hell. Gu Fei suddenly stretched out his right hand, causing the young man in front of him to fly towards his hand involuntarily. After that, Gu Fei grabbed him and exerted force, instantly destroying his soul. What? Seeing this scene, the other 2 were scared silly. Who was this guy? How could he be so powerful? Preposterous. The information given by the Liu family was inaccurate. Tell me, who are you? If I'm in a good mood, I might let you go. Gu Fei looked indifferently at the 2 people in front of him and said, We are from the Black Devil sect. The 2 cultivators quickly said, in order to survive, even if they were told to jump into a manure pit, they would not even blink. Black Demon sect? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. He had just arrived here and hadn't heard of the Black Devil sect. However, forces that were related to the word devil were not to be trifled with. Scram. Go back and tell your master that if he dares to provoke me again, I will destroy his sect. Gu Fei was getting impatient. The 2 men hurriedly ran away in fear. At this time, a figure flashed behind a tree in the distance and disappeared in an instant. Gu Fei didn't care about those mysterious fellas. After returning to his courtyard, he went into seclusion to concoct a cauldron of great medicine. Concocting a great medicine was not an easy task. Gu Fei directly stabbed a divine sword into the ground and entered his secret chamber to start his seclusion. The divine sword emitted a terrifying aura that made people's hearts palpitate. It was as if the strongest sword chi could be released at any time. A sword can scare those people away? Josiru said worriedly. One must know that in East Peak City, there were many immortal cultivators, especially during this period of time when the descendants of the various sects and clans were pouring into East Peak City. At this time, it was unknown how many immortals had come to East Peak City. Of course, Gu Fei wasn't afraid of these fellas. However, these immortal cultivators posed a great threat to Josiru and Emocien. At this time, in a valley 10 miles away from East Peak City, the two people that Gu Fei let go were kneeling on the ground. Qi Ming is dead? How is this possible? The Black Devil sect's ancestor stared at the two disciples lying on the ground. He almost slapped them to death. I want to see if that person has 3 heads and 6 arms. He actually dared to kill my disciple. The Black Devil sect's ancestor gritted his teeth. East Peak City, City Lord Mansion. I didn't expect that fella's luck to be so good. He actually used 200,000 caddies of high-grade immortal crystals to bid for a dragon pearl. Lu Rufeng was filled with jealousy and envy. So what if he's lucky? He will still die. The City Lord of East Peak City gritted his teeth. Although his second son was a bastard, he was still his son. How could he let someone else kill him? It wasn't like he had never killed a genius before. Father, the Black Devil sect, Lu Rufeng said hesitantly. He just received news that Gu Fei killed the Black Devil sect's ancestor's direct disciple, Qi Ming. This was a good thing for them. It would be best if Gu Fei and the Black Devil sect could fight to the death. There's no need to care about them. Let's wait and see. The City Lord said coldly. Yes. Lu Rufeng hurriedly replied. Night fell. The sky was filled with stars, and a moon hung on the horizon. Outside Gu Fei's courtyard, a black figure silently appeared. The moment the figure appeared, the divine sword that was stuck in the ground suddenly made a buzzing sound. It turned into a sword light and flashed. The black figure's head fell to the ground. Two figures walked out from the darkness. They were Josiru and Emocien. Master is so powerful, Josiru exclaimed. I didn't expect it either. Emocien nodded. The power of the sword left behind by Gu Fei was shocking. It could actually turn into a sword light and kill those intruders. After dealing with the corpse, they entered the house to continue cultivating. For cultivators, especially those above the Xiantian realm, they would use a lot of time to cultivate. They wouldn't dare to slack off. Very quickly, another group of people appeared outside Gu Fei's courtyard. This time, those mysterious people didn't dare to barge into the courtyard. They only watched from the outside. Only when the sun rose did those mysterious people leave. At this time, Gu Fei was in the secret room, using his own true fire to concoct pills. Very quickly, a medicinal fragrance filled the air. Even Josiru, who was guarding outside the stone door, smelled it. Success? Outside the stone door, Josiru and Emocien were pleasantly surprised. Gu Fei used the dragon pearl to concoct the rising dragon pill. One rising dragon pill was enough for a Xiantian realm cultivator to break through to the godly realm. This was the rising dragon pill. One rising dragon pill was enough to change a cultivator's life. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from the secret room. The entire secret room shook. Josiru and Emocien, who were outside, were scared half to death by this sudden sound. Chapter 4033. East Peak City. In the courtyard of the East Manor, Gu Fei had successfully refined 8 rising dragon pills. A pearl of a true dragon could allow a Xiantian realm cultivator's cultivation base to break through to the immortal realm. And for deity realm cultivators, after consuming the rising dragon pill, their cultivation base could directly break through to the immortal realm. One could say that a single rising dragon pill was enough to cause all cultivators below the immortal realm to go crazy. For such a pill, not to mention the East Peak City, even in the entire eastern region of the immortal martial realm, one wouldn't be able to find one. The rising dragon pill wasn't a medicinal pill of the immortal martial realm. Gu Fei had obtained the pill formula by chance. Given his cultivation base, There was no pressure at all for him to concoct the rising dragon pill. Zhou Zairu and Mo Xian's cultivation bases were simply too low. One must know that this was the immortal martial realm, a place where martial immortals could be found everywhere. If it wasn't for Gu Fei's protection, they wouldn't even be able to take a single step in the immortal martial realm. At this moment, the heavy stone door slowly opened as a silhouette walked out. Master, Brother Gu, Zhou Zairu and Mo Xian, who had been guarding the stone door, hurriedly greeted him. 4 pills each. Go and enter closed-door seclusion. Gu Fei took out 2 jade bottles and passed them to Zhou Zairu and Mo Xian. Many thanks, Master. Many thanks, Brother Gu. Zhou Zairu and Mo Xian joyfully kept the jade bottles and retreated, each entering their respective cultivation rooms to enter closed-door seclusion. Very swiftly, powerful fluctuations of energy emanated from the 2 cultivation rooms. Especially Mo Xian. She was a Saint Realm expert. 1 rising dragon pill would allow her to break through to the peak of God Realm. Another would allow her to break through to the immortal God Realm. Rumble. 6 hours later, tribulation clouds actually condensed in the air space above the East Manor immortal residence. The entire sky turned pitch black, so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched their hands out. Occasionally, blinding lightning flashed within the tribulation clouds, illuminating the entire area. A terrifying aura of destruction descended from the skies. What's going on? What happened? Who's undergoing tribulation? In an instant, the entire East Peak City was in an uproar. Countless powerful spiritual waves rushed out from all over the city, sweeping towards the East Manor immortal abode. Gu Fei sneered, and the divine sword that was stuck in the courtyard suddenly trembled. In the next moment, a ball of sword light spread from the divine sword and enveloped the entire courtyard in an instant. The ball of sword light blocked all of the divine sense that was sweeping towards it. It's where Gu Fei is. Someone cried out in alarm. Gu Fei was now famous in East Peak City. Even if all the cultivators in the city had not seen him before, they would definitely have heard of his name. It was all because Gu Fei was too powerful. Not only did he kill the second son of the city lord, but he also defeated Zhong Zhenyue, one of the city lord's most powerful warriors, who was known as the Killing Immortal. After that, he won a true dragon divine pearl at an auction for 200,000 kilograms of high-grade immortal crystals. The news spread and the whole city was in an uproar. Now, someone was undergoing tribulation in Gu Fei's residence. What was going on? Could it be that Gu Fei was undergoing the Earth Immortal Heavenly Tribulation? But that didn't seem to be the case. If Gu Fei triggered the Earth Immortal Heavenly Tribulation, the tribulation cloud would probably cover thousands of miles. The destructive power of the heavenly tribulation was something that even immortals and gods would fear. The heavenly tribulation that appeared in East Peak City had clouds covering thousands of miles. This meant that someone was undergoing the heavenly tribulation of a human immortal. Could it be that the 2 girls beside Gu Fei are undergoing their tribulation? City Lord Mansion, Lu family. Lu Rufing's expression was extremely ugly. The Black Devil sect is quiet? A mysterious person shrouded in black chi spoke up beside Lu Rufeng. Those guys from the Black Devil sect are just like that. Too cowardly. They can't do anything. Lu Rufeng said disapprovingly. Many people have their eyes on the dragon pearl in that guy's hand. Even if we don't make a move, there will be people who will find trouble with that guy. The Green Wyrm King seems to have left his lair and is heading straight for East Peak City. The mysterious person said. There will be a good show soon. Lu Rufeng said in a gloating tone. The Green Wyrm King was one of the few experts in the eastern domain of the immortal martial realm. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the Earth Immortal Realm, and he had already stepped half a foot into the heavenly immortal realm. To the Green Wyrm King, the true dragon pearl was incomparably important. It could allow him to directly step into the heavenly immortal realm. The Green Wyrm King was definitely here for the dragon pearl in Gu Fei's hand. However, nobody knew that Gu Fei had already refined the true dragon pearl into 8 ascending dragon pills. The ascending dragon pill was actually very useful to Earth immortals. For an expert like the green WIRM king who had already stepped half a foot into the heavenly immortal realm, a single pill was enough to allow him to break through. However, the ascending dragon pill was useless to experts who were above the heavenly immortal realm. Boom! At this moment, the sky above the East Manor immortal residence rumbled as a terrifying aura of destruction descended. All the living beings in the city were incomparably terrified. Who's going through the heavenly tribulation? Are you crazy? How dare you go through the heavenly tribulation in the city? Do you want everyone in the city to die with you? A hot-tempered immortal rushed out and yelled at the courtyard where Gu Fei was. The immortal activated his divine ability. His voice directly penetrated Gu Fei's sword aura and reverberated in the courtyard. It was extremely shocking. Noisy. Gu Fei waved his right hand, and the divine sword that was stuck in the courtyard immediately soared into the sky. It turned into a shocking sword aura and slashed at the immortal. An immortal sword aura lit up the entire heaven and earth, as if the sword had split the heaven and earth in half. It instantly landed on the immortal's head. What? The immortal was shocked and quickly dodged to the side. A strand of white hair fell from the sky. The immortal was truly shocked. If he had been half a step slower, wouldn't he have been split in half by the sword? The thought of it made him break out in a cold sweat. What an arrogant guy. Does he think he's invincible just because he defeated Zhong Jinyue? A voice was heard. Then, another immortal appeared in the void. Fellow cultivators, what's the point of talking to this madman? Let's attack together and wipe this arrogant guy off the face of the earth. Another immortal appeared in the distant sky. A terrifying immortal aura appeared in the sky. With the arrival of the two immortal spirits, the might of the immortal spirits filled the entire world. The entire void seemed as though it was about to solidify. Countless martial artists in East Peak City were terrified to the extreme. Three immortals had their eyes on Gu Fei at the same time. Scram or die. Gu Fei extended his right hand, and the divine sword immediately flew back into his hand. Chapter 4034. The Galaxy Sword Immortal, Old Man Tianfeng, and the Saber Taoist were the strongest immortals in East Peak City. Yet, the three of them could not even block a single strike from Gu Fei. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked to the core. Those were three worldly immortals who were closest to becoming Earth immortals. Yet, they were killed just like that. Gu Fei's terrifying strike had stunned everyone. No one dared to say anything else. Is he really only a worldly immortal? Lu Rufeng's expression was extremely ugly within the City Lord's residence. Looks like I will have to leave for a while, the East Peak City Lord said with a solemn expression. Father, are you going to? Lu Rufeng heard this and immediately thought of something. That's right. If I succeed, I can destroy this Gu Fei with a flip of my hand. The City Lord's eyes were as vicious as a viper's. The City Lord of East Peak was a vengeful person. He could only endure until now because he could not see through Gu Fei and the others. Haha, Gu Fei is dead for sure. Just let him live for a while longer. Lu Rufeng said with a laugh. After I leave, you must endure. The City Lord said solemnly. I know, Father. Lu Rufeng nodded. Immediately, a ray of light rushed out of the City Lord's mansion of East Peak City and disappeared into the dark world in the blink of an eye. Rumble. At this moment, the might of the heavens and earth exploded. Billions of living beings trembled. Countless martial artists in East Peak City were terrified. The higher their cultivation, the more terrified they were. The immortal realm martial artists' souls were already trembling. They could not withstand the terrifying pressure from the sky. Many immortal realm martial artists chose to retreat from East Peak City. They had no choice but to retreat. Once their souls were damaged, it would be a disaster for them. There were also some immortal realm martial artists with immortal equipment. With the protection of immortal equipment, they were not afraid of the terrifying aura from the sky. At this moment, East Peak City was shrouded in terror. The tribulation clouds in the sky had almost descended upon the city. Blinding bolts of lightning tore through the void and broke through the tribulation clouds, illuminating the entire world. Gufei, on the other hand, stood in the sky above East Peak City, protecting Emosien. One man and one sword had shaken East Peak and made all the human immortals in East Peak City bow their heads. His invincible demeanor was imprinted in the minds of countless experts. Roar! Just at this moment, a long whistle rang out. Then, with a loud bang, one of the houses in the East Manor suddenly exploded, and a figure directly rushed out from inside. As soon as the figure appeared, endless lightning bolts descended from the tribulation cloud. Every bolt of lightning seemed to have a mind of its own. Like electric snakes, they coiled around the figure. That person was Emosien. With the help of the rising dragon pill, Emosien-er's cultivation finally broke through to the immortal realm, welcoming her immortal god heavenly tribulation. Once she passed the heavenly tribulation, she would become a true immortal god. Emosien-er's body shook, and a powerful wave of energy surged out, dispersing the countless bolts of lightning that coiled around her. Emosien-er's hands moved, and a yin-yang Dao diagram immediately appeared in the void. Yin-yang demonic energy circulated, and the surrounding power of heaven and earth immediately gathered towards her. She actually used the power of the heavenly tribulation for her own use? Someone exclaimed, "She's crazy. She actually dared to do this. Isn't she afraid of dying?" Someone exclaimed, "Since she dared to do this, she must be fearless." Someone glanced at Gufei in the sky and said, Emosien-er manifested yin and yang, drawing the power of the heavenly tribulation to her body. Her aura instantly rose to a terrifying level. Next, Emosien-er used the power of yin and yang to block the countless lightning bolts descending from the sky. The energy waves emitted from her body became stronger and stronger. The aura of a demon immortal filled the sky. Emosien-er cultivated the demon Dao technique. She was a demon. Of course, with Gufei's methods, he could totally transform Emosien-er into a righteous cultivator. However, he didn't do so, because no matter if it was an immortal, a demon, or a demon, not all of them were evil. Demons, as long as they had a kind heart, they would be a good demon. Gufei believed that no one was born evil. After the lightning tribulation, it was time for the transformation heavenly tribulation. Within the heavenly tribulation, there were vaguely terrifying living beings appearing. They were like spirits in the lightning, bringing destruction with them as they descended from the sky. Boom! A beast that emitted endless bolts of lightning directly collided with Emosien-er's yin-yang Dao diagram. In the next moment, Emosien-er's body shook violently, and the yin-yang Dao diagram almost collapsed. Yin-yang chaos. Emosien-er executed the great technique that Gufei imparted to her. The power of yin and yang surged out, causing the entire sky and earth to become chaotic. The surrounding heavenly tribulation's power frantically gathered towards her and was devoured by her body. Emosien-er was like a bottomless black hole, devouring all the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Even the heavenly tribulation's power was devoured by her. Heaven-devouring demonic art? Gufei was a little surprised. Emosien-er actually cultivated this demon Dao mystic art. Legend has it that this was a demonic art that was passed down by a heaven-devouring beast. That heaven-devouring beast was a supreme existence that could even devour the heavens. When the heaven-devouring demonic art was cultivated to small success, it could devour the sun, moon, and stars. It possessed great power. Emosien-er didn't seem to have obtained the complete heaven-devouring demonic art. It was just a severely damaged cultivation technique. She cultivated to the immortal god realm, yet she couldn't even condense a heaven-devouring devil shadow. This shouldn't be, it really shouldn't be. Gufei had the complete heaven-devouring demonic art. Why is the heavenly tribulation so terrifying? The human immortals in East Peak City were dumbfounded. The lightning tribulation that took form was the most terrifying heavenly tribulation in the legends. Whenever such a heavenly tribulation appeared, the person undergoing the heavenly tribulation would definitely die. There was no record of anyone surviving the heavenly tribulation that took form. This woman is dead for sure. A human immortal from the older generation said, "What a pity. Such a supreme demon immortal is actually going to die under the heavenly tribulation." Someone shook his head and sighed. Gu Fei stood in the void. With his cultivation, he could naturally hear the people in the city. He looked at Imo Xian, who was undergoing the heavenly tribulation. He was very confident in Imo Xian. Moreover, with him around, even if Imo Xian failed the heavenly tribulation, it wouldn't be a big deal. At this moment, the cultivation room that Zhou Ziru was in was already enveloped by the formation that Gu Fei had set up beforehand, isolating all the auras from the outside world. Even the power of the heavenly tribulation wouldn't be able to affect Zhou Ziru, who was in seclusion. At this moment, 9 giant beasts formed by the power of the lightning tribulation appeared in the lightning tribulation. The 9 giant beasts pounced out from the lightning tribulation towards Imo Xian. Kill! Imo Xian roared angrily. Yin-yang demonic energy exploded from her body. At this moment, a faint demon shadow appeared on her body. It roared towards the sky. Chapter 4035. Imo Xian's heavenly tribulation was terrifying to the heavens. It was actually the transformation lightning tribulation of the immortal martial realm. This type of heavenly tribulation was one of the strongest in the immortal martial realm. The transformation lightning tribulation could annihilate and destroy everything. In the records of the immortal martial realm, there had never been anyone who could survive the transformation lightning tribulation, not even once. This was the terror of the transformation lightning tribulation. In the immortal martial realm, the transformation lightning tribulation represented death, absolute death. All the deities in the immortal martial realm were most afraid of the transformation lightning tribulation when they broke through to the human immortal realm. At this moment, a scene occurred in the skies, causing all the cultivators in the East Peak City to be dumbfounded, shocked to the extreme. "Grandpa, what's that? There's something rushing out from the lightning." A little girl pointed to the skies as she spoke to an old man beside her. The old man stared at the scene in the skies, his countenance incomparably heavy. "That's the living being in the lightning." The old man mumbled to himself. Rumble. 9 terrifying silhouettes broke through the tribulation clouds and charged towards Imo Xian, who was below the tribulation clouds. Each of the silhouettes emitted a terrifying aura that shook the heavens and earth, causing the hearts of countless cultivators to palpitate. It was as though the entire world was about to be destroyed. "Die!" Imo Xian roared in rage, directly rushing towards the 9 terrifying silhouettes, only to see a blurry silhouette appearing from her body. The moment that devil silhouette appeared, it instantly inhaled, swallowing the 9 silhouettes that were radiating boundless lightning in a single gulp. After swallowing the 9 blurry beast silhouettes, the demonic silhouette that emerged from Imo Xian's body became clearer. It was a demonic beast. Although it was blurry, the terrifying aura emitted from the demonic beast caused the heavens and earth to change color. Upon seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Only Gu Fei's lips curled upwards, revealing a smile. Imo Xian finally condensed the heaven-devouring devil silhouette, and the moment it appeared, it actually swallowed the transformation lightning tribulation. Such power was incomparably shocking. Even Gu Fei's countenance changed. This heaven-devouring devil art was indeed powerful and tyrannical. How is this possible? When a white-haired human immortal saw what was happening up in the sky, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Someone actually dared to devour tribulation lightning. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. This is crazy. All the human immortals were stunned. What kind of demonic technique is this? On the roof of the city lord's mansion, Lu Rufeng was scared out of his wits. He didn't expect Imo Xian to be this strong. If she successfully passed her tribulation, who in East Peak City could be her opponent? Humph. As long as father returns successfully, your time of death will come. Lu Rufeng gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. The power of the demonic heaven-gorging art was unimaginable to the human immortals in East Peak City. The moment the demonic shadow appeared, Imo Xian actually blocked the transformation heavenly tribulation. The more demonic shadows that appeared on Imo Xian's body swallowed, the stronger they became. Yes, it's time to end this. Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky. Imo Xian Ur's heaven tribulation had reached its most crucial moment. The boundless power of heavenly tribulation was rapidly condensing. Roar! A gigantic demonic shadow the size of a mountain appeared in the tribulation clouds. This demonic shadow roared towards the sky and directly dispersed the tribulation clouds. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. The entire heaven and earth shone brightly. Extremely bright lightning tore through the void. Each lightning bolt was tens of miles long, and the source of all the destructive lightning bolts was a terrifying demonic shadow. Thunder Beast, that's the legendary Thunder Beast? Someone in East Peak City cried out in surprise. Although it wasn't a real Thunder Beast, it was only condensed from the power of heavenly tribulation. However, the aura that erupted from this demonic shadow was too shocking. This demonic shadow only roared and countless cracks appeared in the sky. Boom! The demonic shadow shook and endless destructive power exploded. Emocienne was directly blown away. She kept coughing out blood. Even the demonic shadow that appeared on her body was about to dissipate in the void. The final battle, victory or defeat, will be decided in one move. Emocienne knew that the most dangerous moment had arrived. If she could endure it, she would be able to become an immortal. If she couldn't, she would die. This world was very fair. If she wanted to obtain great power, she had to pay more. Emocienne fought desperately against the Thunder Beast. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth shook. Occasionally, terrifying spatial cracks would appear in the sky. In the end, although Emocienne successfully dispersed the demonic shadow, she also suffered unimaginable injuries. She lost half of her life and fainted, falling from the sky. Gu Fei waved his hand and Emocienne flew back to him. Then, he carried her and disappeared in the void. They entered the inner world. Where did they go? The human immortals in the city were dumbfounded. They actually didn't see how Gu Fei and Emocienne left. Gu Fei carried Emocienne to the immortal transformation lake and placed her inside. Emocienne soaked in the lake. The wounds on her body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very soon, the injuries caused by the lightning power were completely healed. She seemed to have obtained a new life. Her entire person went through a transformation. Emocienne's physique became the immortal devil physique. Immortal energy and demonic energy actually merged perfectly in her body. One yin, one yang, one immortal, one demon. The impossible became possible. Even though Gu Fei was very knowledgeable, he was shocked. He seemed to have seen the changes in Emocienne before. Dongfang Chun. That's right, it was Dongfang Chun. When he was in the Supreme Mystery Sect, Dongfang Chun cultivated the immortal devil mysterious art. However, Emocienne was an immortal god. She cultivated the heaven-devouring demonic art and also the yin-yang grand Tao. She was much stronger than Dongfang Chun in the past. I didn't expect her to walk such a different path to become an expert. Gu Fei looked at Emocienne in the lake and pondered. At this moment, in East Peak City, the tribulation clouds that just dissipated gathered again. A terrifying destructive aura enveloped the entire East Peak City. What's going on? The tribulation hasn't ended yet? All the martial artists in East Peak City were dumbfounded. The heavenly tribulation just now has already ended. Someone has triggered it again. The human immortal from the older generation looked at the sky and said in shock, "What?" Chapter 4036. The tribulation clouds once again enveloped the entire city. The cultivators in East Peak City were going crazy. What day was it today? Tribulation after tribulation. They were going to be played to death by these fellows. Countless cultivators in the city were extremely unhappy, but they couldn't do anything about it. Even the human immortals in the city had lost their temper. Everyone was apprehensive because the people undergoing tribulation were the two girls that Gu Fei had brought here. Emocienne succeeded and was brought into his inner world by Gu Fei. And now, Zhou Zairu also attracted her tribulation. Rumble. The terrifying might of heaven and earth descended from the heavens, causing the entire East Peak City to tremble. Countless bolts of lightning tore through the darkness, directly striking down towards a house below. That house was where Zhou was in seclusion. Just as the tribulation lightning was about to descend, a ball of five-colored divine light appeared in the void and blocked all the tribulation lightning. The human immortals in East Peak City couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this. Formation? Patriarch Nine Sons, a human immortal of the older generation, cried out. When one's cultivation reached the pinnacle, they would be able to comprehend Tao inscriptions and set up formations. However, to comprehend Tao inscriptions and set up formations wasn't something that a human immortal could do. This was at least the means of a heavenly immortal. Gu Fei was merely a human immortal. How could he set up formations? How was this possible? This had already surpassed the understanding of all the cultivators in the immortal martial realm. One must know that in the immortal martial realm, no one had ever heard of a human immortal being able to comprehend Tao inscriptions and set up formations. The immortal martial realm was merely a mid-tier world. The Nine Sons' ancestor and the rest wouldn't have thought that Gu Fei came from the primogenitor realm, the origin of the myriad of worlds. The immortal ascension tribulation was terrifying. The East Manor immortal residents suffered heavy losses this time. The first wave of tribulation lightning descended, with the house Zhou was in as the center. Everything within a radius of 1,000 feet was blasted into smithereens. At this moment, all the cultivators in the East Manor immortal residents had already fled. Actually, when Xian was undergoing her tribulation, the East Manor immortal residence was already empty. Countless martial artists in East Peak City were fighting to escape from East Peak City. Even the mortals in the city were terrified to the extreme in the face of this terrifying doomsday scene. Countless people rushed to the city gate. To the human immortal's surprise, Zhou tribulation was very smooth. Gu Fei's great formation helped her block most of the tribulation's power. In the end, the formation collapsed, and Zhou directly rushed out of the house. She drew heavenly lightning to her body and tempered her martial body, cultivating the terrifying extreme in immortal martial body. With a thought, 1,000 miles of ice was sealed. Zhou was even more powerful than Xian. Although Xian had the celestial and demon body, in essence, Xian cultivated the yin-yang Tao. On the other hand, Zhou cultivated the most orthodox martial arts technique taught by Gu Fei, the extreme yin martial body, which was enough to suppress all opponents of the same level, making her almost invincible. Zhou was like the supreme female Emperor Xian. With one strike, she destroyed the heavenly tribulation's power. Her invincible demeanor shocked everyone. Too powerful, even the old human immortals like Ancestor Zhuyang were ashamed of their inferiority. Swoosh! At the moment when Zhou destroyed the heavenly tribulation's power, a black spear suddenly pierced through the void and pierced towards her forehead. Humph! Zhou pointed a finger at the tip of the black spear. In the next moment, the black spear instantly shattered into dust. Boom! At the same time, a pitch-black hand emitted endless demonic power. Like a black demonic mountain, it slammed towards Zhou. The terrifying demonic power spread in all directions. The entire heaven and earth seemed like it was about to be smashed by this huge hand. Damn it! Zhou had just passed the immortal god heavenly tribulation. She had used up 80 to 90% of her martial Dao Yuan Qi. Facing such a powerful attack, she could not help but be in danger. Swoosh! Zhou used the Decimo steps. With a single step, she instantly dashed thousands of feet away. However, the black demonic hand that was descending from the sky followed her like a shadow and slammed down on Zhou's head. What? Zhou was shocked, but she did not panic in the face of danger. Overturning the heavens with one hand, Zhou directly used her killer move. As she raised her right hand, the entire heaven and earth seemed to have suddenly turned upside down. It was terrifying. Endless power of Yin surged out and froze everything. The black demonic hand that was descending from the sky was directly frozen in the void. The power of the overturning the heavens exploded, and the huge hand directly shattered in the void. Good! A loud shout came from the sky. Terrifying sound waves reverberated between heaven and earth. The void exploded, and countless pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. Even the clouds in the sky were shaken away. A person directly broke through the void and walked out. This is... Zhou Zairu's expression became extremely solemn when she saw this. The patriarch of the Black Demon sect? Ancestor Zhuyong immediately exclaimed when he saw that person. What? This person is the Black Demon sect's patriarch. How is that possible? Isn't he in a life-and-death seclusion? He won't come out until he becomes an Earth Immortal. Did he become an Earth Immortal? The human immortals in East Peak City were inexplicably shocked. It was too difficult for a human immortal to break through to the Earth Immortal realm. After stepping into the Earth Immortal realm, every increase in level required unimaginable effort. The Black Demon sect's patriarch had finally become an Earth Immortal after cultivating for tens of thousands of years? Little girl, you're not bad. Why don't you return to the Black Demon sect with me and become my Tao companion? The Black Demon sect's patriarch's entire body was shrouded in demonic qi. Two blood-red pupils were faintly discernible in the demonic qi, as if they could steal one's soul. What did you say? Zhou Zairu was instantly enraged when she heard the Black Demon sect's patriarch's words. How dare this guy be so presumptuous as soon as he appeared? It's a blessing that you've cultivated for several lifetimes to be the Tao companion of my sect's patriarch. Don't make a mistake. At this time, another voice sounded. An old man with his head lowered appeared beside the Black Demon sect's patriarch. Black Demon sect's Mad Demon Shui Fanyun? The Nine Sons patriarch and the others were taken aback when they saw the old man. Chiemo was not a good person. He was a malefic star in the Black Demon sect. If Chiemo went berserk, even the Black Demon sect's patriarch would not be able to suppress him. Make a mistake, my ass. Zhou Zairu roared angrily and directly slapped at the Black Demon sect's patriarch. A terrifying power of extreme erupted, and the entire void froze in an instant. However, the Black Demon sect's patriarch merely pointed a finger and directly broke through the void that was sealed by Zhou Zairu's extreme power. A pitch-black finger light, like a peerless spear, instantly pierced through Zhou Zairu's body. What? Zhou Zairu was truly shocked. Could this guy really be an Earth Immortal? An Earth Immortal was strong enough to destroy cities and countries. One strike could sink an entire mountain range and kill countless living beings. Most importantly, an Earth Immortal could mobilize the power of heaven and earth that was 10 times, or even dozens of times that of a human immortal. Once an Earth Immortal's domain was unleashed, he would immediately be in an invincible position. Zhou Zairu took a step forward and instantly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already thousands of feet away. Her speed was astonishing. The Black Demon sect's patriarch's eyes lit up. He then stretched out his hand, and his 5 fingers instantly became as big as a mountain, enveloping Zhou Zairu in an instant. Damn it! Zhou Zairu knew that she was definitely no match for this guy. Ultimate Blade Slash. Zhou Zairu clasped her hands together, and all the extreme power in her body frantically gathered towards her hands. Terrifying energy waves surged from her body. Swoosh! With just one slash, an immortal blade light directly soared from Zhou Zairu's hands. It directly broke through the huge hand that came down from the sky like a hot knife through butter, and instantly slashed at the Black Demon sect's patriarch. A little interesting. The Black Demon sect's patriarch smiled. He waved his right hand and directly shattered the blade light, and was about to make another move to capture Zhou Zairu. However, Zhou Zairu slipped away. Do you think you can escape? The Black Demon sect's patriarch chuckled. In the next moment, the power of his domain erupted and instantly enveloped a radius of several miles. Zhou Zairu only felt her body tense up, and then her entire body involuntarily flew towards the Black Demon sect's patriarch. What? Zhou Zairu turned pale with fright. Just as Zhou Zairu was about to be captured by the Black Demon sect's patriarch, a huge hand suddenly reached out from the side, grabbed Zhou Zairu, and forcefully pulled her back. Courting death. Chiemo, who was beside the Black Demon sect's patriarch, suddenly raised his head. A powerful demonic might erupted from his body, and in the next moment, the old man who had his head lowered turned into a peerless demonic expert. Swoosh! Chiemo took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the person who attacked. He smashed his fist towards that person, and a violent power erupted, directly shaking the void. Oomph! That person sneered, and with a wave of his sleeve, Chiemo immediately exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. He did not even have the chance to scream before he died. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. That was Chiemo of the Black Demon Sect. How could his body and soul be destroyed just like that? How was this possible? Chiemo of the Black Demon Sect was a powerful existence second only to the Black Dragon Sect's patriarch. Yet, Chiemo could not even withstand a single move from that person. Gu Fei. In the sky above the City Lord's mansion, Lu Rufing's pupils shrank when he saw that person. The Black Demon Sect's patriarch had already broken through to the Earth Immortal realm, which was enough to sweep away all worldly immortals. However, the appearance of Gu Fei shocked the patriarch greatly. Kill. Without any hesitation, the Black Demon Sect's patriarch unleashed his domain, swallowing Gu Fei and Zhou Zairu into it. Domain? Gu Fei smiled, then raised his hand, and the Black Demon Sect's domain immediately collapsed. The Black Demon Sect's patriarch suffered a great impact, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Can't even withstand a single blow, Gu Fei said disdainfully. In his eyes, the so-called Earth Immortal domain was simply trash. As long as he was strong enough, he could easily break it. You. Chapter 4037. An earthly immortal's domain was incomparably powerful, capable of annihilating all human immortals. However, today, Gu Fei actually jumped levels to challenge earthly immortals, breaking the ironclad rule of the immortal martial realm that earthly immortals couldn't defeat earthly immortals. This caused countless cultivators in the East Peak City to be dumbfounded, filled with disbelief. How is this possible? The Nine Suns' ancestor was dumbfounded. Sword Immortal Clearwind's eyes almost popped out. The Lin clan's ancestor was so frightened that he directly fell from the sky. The Lu family's Lu Rufing directly turned into a stone statue. This fellow actually, Lu Rufing's voice trembled. The combat prowess displayed by Gu Fei was simply too heaven-defying. He actually broke the Black Demon ancestor's earthly immortal domain so easily. All right, I'll send you on your way. Gu Fei stared at the Black Demon ancestor as though he was looking at a dead man. In his eyes, an earthly immortal was nothing but a joke. Even if a heavenly immortal came, he wouldn't fear him. The iron rules of the immortal martial realm were nothing to Gu Fei. Damn it! The Black Demon ancestor was both shocked and enraged. At this moment, his intestines were green with regret. He shouldn't have agreed to that old bastard's request. Although this fellow named Gu Fei only had a cultivation base of a human immortal, he was a freak. He could actually break the limit and easily break the Black Demon ancestor's earthly immortal domain. Swish! The Black Demon ancestor soared into the sky, transforming into a beam of demonic light as he fled. He had no choice but to flee. His greatest trump card, the earthly immortal domain, had already been broken by this young man. He no longer had any trump cards left. Why would the Black Demon ancestor stay here and wait for his death? Want to leave? Gu Fei laughed. He stretched out his right hand, and the demonic light that was about to disappear was directly caught in his hand. What? The demonic light dissipated. The Black Demon ancestor's silhouette appeared in Gu Fei's hand. He had turned into a thumb-sized person, imprisoned in Gu Fei's palm. Don't kill me. The Black Demon Sect ancestor's shock was no small matter. You have no value to me, Gu Fei said, and was about to crush the Black Fiend Sect ancestor to death. Wait, the City Lord of East Peak City wants to harm you. I can help you get rid of him. The Black Fiend Patriarch hurriedly said. Oh, however, I killed his son, so it's normal for him to seek revenge on me. Gu Fei said indifferently. I'm willing to do anything for you. Master, please don't kill me. The Black Demon Patriarch trembled. Master, we are in need of manpower. Why don't we spare his life? Zhou Zairu said. An Earth Immortal was an extremely powerful existence. Even in the entire East Peak region, an Earth Immortal was the strongest existence. The Black Demon Cult Master could definitely sweep through an entire region. Since that's the case, I'll spare your life. After saying that, Gu Fei directly planted a forbidden technique on the Black Fiend Sect ancestor's body. The Black Fiend Sect ancestor's life and death were in his hands. Thank you, Master, for sparing my life. The Black Fiend Sect ancestor quickly knelt at Gu Fei's feet after escaping. Damn it! The City Lord's mansion. Lu Rufeng sensed that something was amiss and immediately rushed into the mansion. In the next moment, a teleportation array in the mansion lit up. Go. Help me get rid of the Lu clan, Gu Fei said to the Black Fiend Sect ancestor. Yes, Master. The Black Fiend Sect ancestor quickly accepted the order. Lu clan, I'm sorry. It's either you die or I die. He then rushed down from the sky and directly killed his way into the City Lord's mansion. With just a single strike, the entire mansion was blasted to smithereens. Dust filled the air, and everyone in the city was shocked to the extreme. All the Lu clan members in the mansion died in an instant. Not a single one escaped. The Black Fiend Sect ancestor was an Earth Immortal. In East Peak City, an Earth Immortal was invincible. However, some places in the City Lord's mansion were enveloped by a formation and were not affected. Those places were all important places in the City Lord's mansion. This guy, Gu Fei, couldn't help but frown when he saw that the Black Fiend Sect ancestor had destroyed the East Peak City Lord's mansion. The killing intent of demonic cultivators was much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. Ancestor Zhuyang, Sword Immortal Qingfeng, and the Lin clan's ancestor didn't dare to say a word. Especially the Lin clan of East Peak City. Every generation of the Lin clan and the Lu clan had a marriage alliance. These two clans dominated the entire East Peak City. But now, the Lu clan was a thing of the past. The Lin clan trembled in fear that the Black Fiend Sect ancestor would point his blade at them. Soon, the entire Black Fiend Sect took action. Under the leadership of the Black Fiend Sect ancestor, they occupied East Peak City and took over all the Lu clan's properties. The Black Fiend Sect was the big winner. However, the higher-ups of the Black Fiend Sect were not happy because the Black Fiend Sect ancestor's life was still in Gu Fei's hands. The current Black Fiend Sect was no longer the Black Fiend Sect ancestor. Preposterous. Lu Rufeng, who had escaped from East Peak City in advance, hated the Black Fiend Sect ancestor and Gu Fei to the core when he learned that the Lu clan was finished. He fled far away to find his father, the East Peak City Lord. While the Black Fiend Sect was taking over the Lu clan's properties, in the depths of the East Peak mountain range tens of thousands of miles away from East Peak City, a blurry figure was sitting cross-legged in a terrifying demonic cave. A terrifying aura was emitted from this figure. At the same time, Gu Fei brought Zhou Zairu and the Black Fiend Sect ancestor to a courtyard of the Black Fiend Sect in East Peak City. This courtyard looked ordinary, but it had all kinds of pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave East Peak City. A few days later, Mo Xian also came out of his inner world. Mo Xian cultivation had actually broken through to the great success stage of the immortal martial realm. This surprised Gu Fei and Zhou Zairu. Boom! On the 10th day, the Lu clan was annihilated. In the depths of the East Peak mountain range, a demonic cave that absorbed demonic chi suddenly exploded. With the demonic cave as the center, everything within a 10-mile radius was directly destroyed by the explosion. A terrifying figure walked out from the dust that soared into the sky. This person was shrouded in demonic chi from head to toe, and his blood-red pupils were exceptionally frightening. This person was the Lu clan's patriarch and the East Peak City Lord. No one would believe that the East Peak City Lord had joined the demonic path. The East Peak City Lord took a deep breath, and the heaven and earth spiritual chi within a radius of tens of thousands of miles immediately gathered towards him and was directly absorbed by him. All living beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles lost their vitality and all died. Father! A figure rushed over from afar and landed in front of the East Peak City Lord. Then, he directly knelt on the ground. This person was Lu Rufeng. What? The Black Fiend Sect betrayed me. The East Peak City Lord was shocked and angry. When he heard that the Black Fiend sect ancestor had annihilated the Lu clan of East Peak City, he almost went crazy. Black Fiend sect ancestor, Gu Fei. Just you wait. The East Peak City Lord almost went crazy. He never thought that Gu Fei was strong enough to defeat the Black Fiend sect ancestor. This was unbelievable. Let's go to the Black Fiend sect's headquarters first. The East Peak City Lord waved his big sleeve and soared into the sky, bringing Lu Rufeng to the Black Fiend sect's headquarters. 4 hours later, a figure directly killed his way to the Black Fiend sect's headquarters. Heads rolled everywhere, and almost all the disciples of the Black Fiend sect were killed by him. Boom! With a loud explosion, the entire Black Demon Mountain exploded. A peerless demonic artifact rushed out from the Black Demon Mountain and was grabbed by a man. It was a large halberd. Demonic Sky Halberd. Is this the legendary demonic Sky Halberd? Lu Rufeng was incomparably agitated. His eyes reddened as he stared at the halberd in his father's hands. The demonic Sky Halberd was a demonic weapon that could contend against a golden immortal. A golden immortal was an existence even stronger than a heavenly immortal. Bzzz. The East Peak City Lord shook the halberd in his hand as a terrifying demonic shadow manifested from his body, intimidating all directions. Now, we can find Gu Fei and the Black Fiend sect ancestor to settle the score. The East Peak City Lord gritted his teeth. I'm going to twist their heads off and kick them like a ball. Lu Rufeng coldly stated. The #1 cultivation clan in the East Peak region, the Lu clan, was actually annihilated by Gu Fei. This caused the East Peak City Lord and his son to hate him to the core. Gu Fei was already on the East Peak City Lord's kill list. At this moment, the Black Fiend sect completely obeyed Gu Fei. Gu Fei wanted to find the source energy of the immortal martial realm. He wanted to use the source energy of heaven and earth to raise his cultivation base. At this moment, ordinary spiritual chi of heaven and earth wouldn't be of much use to him. But the source energy of heaven and earth would be able to raise his cultivation base very quickly. Master, these are the things you are looking for. The Black Fiend sect ancestor was incomparably domineering. He directly gathered all the ancient records in the East Peak region and presented them to Gu Fei. Gu Fei flipped through all the ancient records in the East Peak region and finally found some records regarding the source energy of heaven and earth. All the secret arts and heaven-shaking secrets of the immortal martial realm could be found in the central immortal realm. Not just anyone could enter the central immortal realm. That was the #1 immortal realm in the immortal martial realm. Unless one was from a supreme sect or a supreme cultivation clan, they wouldn't be able to enter and exit as they wished. The entire central immortal realm was enveloped by supreme grand formations that were laid down by supreme martial immortals. However, the supreme grand formations of the immortal martial realm were all trash in the eyes of Gu Fei. He could easily break them. Gu Fei decided to head to the central immortal realm. However, just as he was about to move, a devilish silhouette suddenly appeared in the airspace above the courtyard he was in. A terrifying devil might that towered up into the sky instantly appeared. In the next instant, everyone in the courtyard was alarmed. The Black Fiend sect ancestor directly rushed out. However, when the Black Fiend sect ancestor saw that silhouette, he was greatly shocked. East Peak City Lord? The Black Fiend sect ancestor's voice trembled. Black Fiend sect ancestor, you actually dared to betray my father? Are you tired of living? After which, another silhouette rushed out. This person was none other than Lu Rufeng, the young master of the Lu clan. When the Black Fiend sect ancestor heard this, fear and terror filled his heart. Gu Fei, quickly come out and accept your death. Chapter 4038. The East Peak City Lord suddenly charged into East Peak City with a peerless demonic artifact, shocking the entire city. East Peak City Lord, I didn't expect you to come back to seek your own death. It seems like the Lu clan is going to be completely exterminated. Zhou Zairu walked out of the City Lord's mansion and raised her head to look at the demonic figure in the sky. The Lu clan was the largest clan in East Peak City. It was much more powerful than the Lin clan and the Black Demon sect. Otherwise, the Lin clan wouldn't have married into the Lu clan for generations. By clinging to the Lu family, the Lin family would naturally reap many benefits. The most direct benefit was that other forces would not dare to touch the Lin family. At this time, even though the Liu clan's forces in East Peak City had been uprooted by the Black Demon sect, as long as the Liu clan's patriarch, the East Peak City Lord, was still alive, the Liu clan would not be exterminated. The East Peak City Lord and his son had the possibility of making a comeback. However, the East Peak City Lord and his son had returned to East Peak City. "Little girl, I'll kill you first, then I'll kill Gu Fei." The East Peak City Lord bellowed in rage. He stretched out his right hand and pressed down on Zhou Zairu. The void in front of his palm collapsed, forming a huge palm print that pressed down on Zhou Zairu. Rumble. Wherever the palm print passed, an incomparably shocking sound was emitted. On the other hand, Zhou Zairu, who was on the ground, looked at the incoming palm image with a faint smile on her face. She had no intention of blocking or dodging it. What? She can fight against the City Lord of East Peak? Seeing this scene, all the martial artists who were watching from afar were inexplicably shocked. Zhou Zairu was only a human immortal, but the East Peak City Lord was already an Earth immortal. Most importantly, the East Peak City Lord had come with a peerless demon weapon. The Heavenly Demon Halberd was rumored to be the strongest demonic weapon in the eastern region of the immortal martial realm. It could even contend against immortal weapons at the Golden Immortal Realm. Wielding the Heavenly Demon Halberd was equivalent to being unrivaled in the eastern region. One had to know that there were no Golden Immortals in the eastern region. The strongest were only Heavenly Immortals. The sacred leader of the Eastern Martial Sacred Land was a heaven celestial powerhouse. The Eastern Martial Saint Land was the strongest force in the entire eastern region. Countless martial artists in the eastern region took pride in entering the Eastern Martial Saint Land. It was the holy land in the hearts of countless martial artists in the eastern region. The eastern region of the immortal martial realm was actually under the control of the Eastern Martial Sacred Grounds. Even the City Lord of East Peak City was conferred the title by the Eastern Martial Dynasty. Boom! Just then, a loud sound rang out in the void. East Peak City Lord's hand seemed to have slammed into an invisible wall, causing countless transparent ripples to appear in the void. Then, a layer of transparent light barrier appeared in the void, enveloping the entire City Lord mansion. As expected, high up in the sky, the East Peak City Lord sneered. Gu Fei was indeed prepared. But, so what? The East Peak City Lord tightened his grip on the Heavenly Demon Halberd. In the next moment, countless demonic Dao patterns emerged from the halberd and intertwined with each other. A terrifying demonic might gushed out from the Heavenly Demon Halberd in the East Peak City's hand, shaking the heavens and earth. The entire sky darkened. In the sky above East Peak City, demonic clouds covered the sky, as though a great demon was about to be born. All the living beings in the city were terrified to the extreme. Interesting. At this moment, Gu Fei walked out of the City Lord mansion with his hands clasped behind his back. Gu Fei, you're dead for sure this time? Haha. Lu Ruffeng laughed and said. This time, not only did his father's cultivation break through to the Earth Immortal Realm, but he also obtained the supreme demonic weapon of the Black Demon Mountain, the Heavenly Demon Halberd. In the entire eastern region, even the Eastern Martial Saint leader wouldn't be able to withstand a strike from the Heavenly Demon Halberd. Lu Ruffeng? Emotion, smiled as she walked out of the City Lord mansion. She was still as charming as ever, exuding an alluring charm. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to resist Emotion's charm. After Emotion became an immortal, she was even more powerful. Just a glance from her could hook the soul of a god realm cultivator. Even an immortal god would fall for it. Father, kill Gu Fei. Leave these two girls to me, haha, Lu Ruffeng said with a laugh. Humph. The East Peak City Lord sneered but didn't say anything. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Gu Fei smiled faintly as he looked at the two guys in the sky. Arrogant. The East Peak City Lord glared and raised the Heavenly Demon Halberd with both hands, smashing it towards the City Lord mansion. The violent force directly shattered the void. However, this City Lord mansion wasn't the original City Lord mansion of East Peak City. The original City Lord mansion had long been destroyed by the Black Demon Sect ancestor. This City Lord mansion was actually an immortal palace that Gu Fei took out from his inner world. This immortal palace wasn't something that anyone could break. Gu Fei was still smiling as he looked at the two guys in the sky, as if he was looking at a bunch of clowns. At this time, a huge dragon shadow rushed out from the heavenly demon halberd and rushed towards the City Lord mansion below. An extremely powerful demonic aura spread out. Wherever the dragon passed, it left a pitch-black spatial crack in the void. Shattering the void? The human immortals in East Peak City were shocked to the extreme. Even human immortals couldn't shatter the void at will. Not even Earth immortals could do so. Only celestial immortals could shatter the void. This attack from the East Peak City Lord was definitely comparable to the attack of a celestial immortal. A celestial immortal was an extremely terrifying existence. Who in the entire Eastern domain could withstand the attack of a celestial immortal? Boom! The demonic dragon descended from the sky and directly collided with the layer of divine light that enveloped the City Lord mansion. The layer of divine light collapsed from the impact. However, in the next moment, countless immortal runes emerged on the immortal palace. Rays of immortal light rushed out from the immortal palace and submerged into the defensive light shield. The defensive light barrier was instantly strengthened, and the demonic dragon was pushed back. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked, especially the East Peak City Lord in the sky. He couldn't believe his eyes. This was too incredible. This was an attack comparable to that of a celestial immortal. In order to launch this attack, he instantly consumed a small part of his power. Even he couldn't keep using the heavenly demon halberd. That's all you've got? Then you can't kill me. What a pity. Gu Fei smiled. Preposterous. The East Peak City Lord was shocked and angry. Gu Fei, come out and fight if you have the guts. Lu Rufeng roared. That's right. Hiding in a turtle shell isn't a heroic act. Someone shouted. His voice spread throughout the entire East Peak City. TSK, do you want to fight me one-on-one or together? Gu Fei said with a shrug. Still so arrogant. Come out and talk. Lu Rufeng said disdainfully. Is that so? Chapter 4039. Gu Fei walked out of the immortal palace as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. He walked out of the immortal palace's defensive divine light and stood outside the light shield. Haha, Gu Fei, you're really stupid. You actually dared to come out and die. Lu Rufeng sneered. I came out, but it might not necessarily be to die. Gu Fei put his hands behind his back and looked at Lu Rufeng in the sky with a faint smile. You're still so arrogant at this time. We can't do anything to you if you hide in your turtle shell, but once you come out, your life will be ours. Lu Rufeng sneered. Is that so? My life is here. Come and take it. Gu Fei said nonchalantly. Even in the face of the East Peak City Lord, he was still calm and composed. You're courting death. The East Peak City Lord directly took out the demonic halberd in his hand. A huge dragon, a real dragon, rushed out of the East Peak City Lord's hand. The demonic dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Gu Fei, tearing the void between heaven and earth. A dragon claw the size of a mountain slammed down on Gu Fei, causing the entire East Peak City to shake and countless houses to collapse. The East Peak City Lord ignored everything in order to kill Gu Fei. He directly ignored the life and death of the people in East Peak City. Gu Fei smiled and then punched upwards. The punch was like a landslide, shattering the entire void. Boom! With a loud noise, Gu Fei's small fist collided with the huge dragon claw. Then, the huge dragon claw directly shattered in the void, bursting out a mist of blood. What? The East Peak City Lord's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets when he saw this scene. Lu Rufeng was so scared that he peed his pants. Is this guy really a human immortal? Is he really only a human immortal? That was the attack of the demonic halberd. Even a celestial immortal would not dare to take it head-on. However, not only did this guy block the Sky Demon halberd's attack, but he also blew up one of the dragon's claws that the halberd had transformed into. How is this possible? Patriarch Nine's sons, Patriarch Lin, and the other human immortals were dumbfounded. Sigh. It seems like you can't take my life away. Since you can't take my life, I can only take yours. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. Then, he pushed his feet off the ground and soared into the sky. He threw a punch at the dragon formed by the demonic halberd. Boom! The giant dragon formed by the demonic halberd was blasted away. Roar! The demon dragon's roar was earth-shattering. However, no matter how ruthless it was still sent flying by Gu Fei's punches without any chance to retaliate. A trifling devil tool can kill me? You think too highly of it. I don't even care about the number 1 devil tool of the ancestral realm. As Gu Fei spoke, he extended his right hand. A huge hand that blotted out the sky immediately appeared in the void and grabbed the dragon. Seeing this scene, not to mention Lu Rufeng, even the East Peak City Lord wet his pants. Gu Fei subdued the demon dragon with one hand. This scene was extremely shocking. Not only did the East Peak City Lord despair, but the other human immortals also had to lower their heads. Go! While Gu Fei was subduing the demon dragon, the East Peak City Lord waved his sleeves and fled with Lu Rufeng. At this moment, a divine arrow shot out from the City Lord residence and pierced through Lu Rufeng. In the next moment, Lu Rufeng turned into dust. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Feng the East Peak City Lord, was shocked and angry. He didn't dare to stop and turned into a ray of demonic light. He burned his natal demonic aura and fled for his life. Gu Fei, just you wait. I will avenge my son. The East Peak City Lord roared. Sigh, you won't have the chance. At this moment, on the stairs in front of the immortal residence, Mo Xian drew her bow and shot an arrow at the East Peak City Lord. The arrow seemed to ignore distance and instantly caught up to the East Peak City Lord, piercing through his demonic body. In the next moment, the East Peak City Lord let out an unwilling roar. His entire body turned into dust and dissipated in the void. He was dead. An Earth Immortal was shot to death by a human immortal? The old ancestor of the 9 sons and the others were dumbfounded. They looked at the divine bow in Mo Xian's hand with envy. That divine bow was probably not inferior to the demon halberd. Moreover, Mo Xian killed the East Peak City Lord with ease. It didn't seem like she used much energy. The Skyquake bow and shooting sun arrow that Gu Fei gave me are actually so powerful? Mo Xian was surprised and happy. She cherished the divine bow in her hand even more. However, if she knew that the bow Gu Fei gave her was actually a trash immortal tool that Gu Fei casually took from his inner world, how would she feel? Zhou Ziru, who was at the side, didn't envy Mo Xian because the immortal tool that Gu Fei gave her was even better and more powerful. It was a moon god pearl. This moon god pearl could nourish the great immortal body and raise one's cultivation. Moreover, once the moon god pearl appeared, everything within a 10,000-mile radius would be frozen. The power of the moon god pearl was many times stronger than the Skyquake bow. At this moment, Gu Fei used a great technique and subdued the demon halberd. Countless cracks appeared on the halberd as though it could break at any time. I'll give it to you. Gu Fei threw the demon halberd to the black demon ancestor. This kind of demonic tool was definitely trash in his eyes. The Skyquake bow that he casually gave to Mo Xian was many times better than this demonic tool. Thank you, Master. The black demon ancestor was overjoyed and quickly caught the demon halberd that Gu Fei threw over. This peerless demonic tool was the weapon that he dreamed of. How dare you kill the East Peak City Lord conferred by the Dongwu dynasty? Surrender obediently, and you might be able to live. At this moment, an angry shout came from the distant sky. Then, an immortal clad in golden armor appeared above East Peak City, stepping on golden light. Lotuses bloomed with every step he took. An immortal envoy of the Dongwu dynasty? The 9 sons patriarch and the others in the city were shocked when they saw the immortal in golden armor. They didn't expect an immortal envoy of the Dongwu dynasty to come. Once the immortal envoy arrived, the immortal aura immediately filled every inch of the void. Bathed in the immortal light, everyone in the city felt like they were floating in the air. Oh no! Before the black demon ancestor could rejoice over obtaining the demon halberd, He was stunned as though someone had poured a bucket of cold water on his head. Who is this? Gu Fei looked at the guy in the sky who was emitting golden immortal light and could not help but frown. This is the immortal envoy of the Dongwu dynasty. The black demon ancestor's voice was trembling. Immortal envoy? What's that? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.